and the preliminary findings. These are preliminary findings, so the research is not yet concluded, and today will also be used as part of the methodology for this research. So I'm eager to see what the next panel can add to this work. Okay, so in terms of associations at continental level, we have the Federation of African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, FAPMA, and then at the regional economic communities, we have the Federation of East African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, FIAPM. We have in SADC, we have the SAGMA, and then West Africa have the West African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Associations. And then various countries also have associations as are listed there. And here I listed countries where this project, the AMA project, is being implemented. So in terms of results, Ranga elaborated a lot. Yes. Yes. Okay. Tom, thank you for that question, because there's something I skipped. How are these? I talked a little bit about what these associations are, but how are they composed? So first, at national level, on voluntary basis, associations, manufacturers decided to come up with associations as something that brings a common voice. So we have those at national level. I was very impressed because the last time I did a study, the Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturers had just 6 members out of the many manufacturers that there were, about 15 at the time. But Adrian here tells me now there are 22 members of the association, which is good. So this membership is voluntary and is different based on each country. We'll see a little bit how they are constituted. But we have at country level. Then at the regional economic communities, we have, like in the East African, we have now representatives, mostly from the boards, then represent at the regional level, regional economic communities. So then those will be at the Federation of East African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. Then the FAPMA, which is at the continental level, brings together the regional associations. So FAPMA then will be composed of FIAPM, it will be composed of WAPMA from West Africa, it will be composed of SAGMA from South Africa, but North Africa doesn't have an association. I hope that answers you. Yeah, but that was very good, thank you. So in terms of, Ranga talked a lot about the policy frameworks that we have in place, but these are mostly for pharmaceutical manufacturing. And again, in reviewing all of these, there was just one, the East African Regional Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan of Action, that actually talked about pharmaceutical associations. All policy frameworks do not talk about any associations. And so this is an issue the associations should also take concern, because some of them are actually involved in developing of these policies, but they're not written in the policies. If you're not written in the policy, then it's difficult to claim ground. South African, the SADC Pharmaceutical Business Plan talks about business associations in general. Just business associations in general. Doesn't talk about the pharmaceutical associations, but it also says they are weak. Finance, something again which we shall see here. In terms of governance of these associations, as I said, they are established on voluntary basis. Many of them, the players come together and say, we have an issue. In order for us to go to government and go one by one, let us create a broader voice by creating this association. And that's how these associations were created. But they have good constitutions that show how they should work, though they are non-profit. And then they have, it's like we have in other entities. Looking at the secretariats is where I also found issues. Secretariats have been having about 1 to 2 staff. And the key issues arising out of that is that most of the functional secretariats, when they were functional, they were funded by donor money. So we see UNIDO, we see GIZ. When these associations were vibrant, there was money paying for a coordinator, there was money paying for travel, for meetings. And when that money dried out, activities stopped. If you look at the websites of all, if you try to look, not at even websites, only one association had a website. CAPI, the Kenya Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. Only CAPI had a website. The rest did not have websites. SAGMA had a website before, but when funding stopped, they couldn't pay the hosting fees, just hosting fees. So most of these are actually run. Hey, I'm talking and I'm talking to myself. I didn't move the slide. Sorry. Okay, we're still here? Yes, we're still here. So most of these are run on voluntary basis. The good thing is that the chairpersons are very strong and passionate. And so that has helped the associations to prosper, because the chairpersons host the associations within their offices. They also pay for some minimal bits, but when you look at the coordinators, most of the coordinators are actually working either part-time or on voluntary basis. They only work as and when they need to work. There's no funding. I've talked about limited visibility in terms of, for any entity, when anyone was called to this meeting, if they didn't know about our Haki, what they did was to Google, to go to their website, to see their social media presence. So if you want to be credible, you must have a presence in the virtual world. Unfortunately, these associations do not have a presence in the virtual world. Something that they need to think about. About the duties that they do, they perform quite a number of duties. I talked about the UTODA, the Taxi Operators Association, and what it was doing to bring order in terms of taxi drivers in Uganda. Same with these associations. Besides providing a platform for a common voice, they undertake research in terms of what is needed. I've seen one of the most astounding associations I've seen was the Zimbabwe one. And I think, Ranga, you should maybe at the end of this also tell us how it works. It managed to invite UNIDO, create a strategy, a pharmaceutical manufacturing strategy for the country. And they have been engaged in all policy development processes in the country. And no policy can happen without the PMA being invited to participate. So that case study of an association is something we need to look at. And yet they don't even have fees, subscription. Members just pay for the activities. If there is research, the members pay for the research. These associations also prepare policy and position papers. This thing is giving me a hard time to move. They organize lobby meetings. They share information with their members. And in Zimbabwe, the members feel that they're gaining a lot. And so they're willing to contribute because they get trained, They get to know what opportunities are taking place. They participate in exhibitions which have benefited the manufacturers themselves. And so the manufacturers have felt that the association has been very useful. These associations also represent the private sector. All these regional initiatives we talked about, the African Business Forum, the Africa Medicine Regional Harmonization Processes, Zazibona, which again is a harmonization process for SAC, and they broker partnerships. We saw that in SADC there were brokering partnerships between innovators and the generic manufacturers for technology transfer. They also review common technical documents to ensure that they're aligned to the needs and requirements of the association in the region. But also, one very important one, I think this one again was from Zimbabwe, that they act as employee unions, doing wage negotiations and things like that. And so those seem to add value to the manufacturers themselves. In terms of finance, the money that runs these associations comes from fees from subscriptions from the members, but also, as we've seen in Zimbabwe, members make payments for activities that are needed. Once the activities, members chip in. But most of the funding has been through donations and grants. And of course, the UNIDO support for up to 8 years was very, very important for running these institutions. But also GIZ support at the ESC level was very crucial. But when I asked the question, how much of your budget comes from your members? About 10 to 30% only. And so that wasn't enough to run the secretariats. There was a lot of reliance on donors, but again, as I said, right now, there was no money from donors. And so the associations are limping. I asked if there was possibility for governments to put in money, and of course many said no. These are non-profit entities, but they are also advocacy entities. I don't know which government wants to fund someone that's going to put pressure on them. So funding from government didn't seem to be a possibility for these, but I think as a meeting, we can explore avenues to see how to improve this. In terms of collaboration with stakeholders, as I said before, these associations have been involved at the African Union Commission. They are invited at all meetings. The African Continental Free Trade Area, the African Medicines Agency. They are invited, but I asked them, do you have a framework through which you operate with these? So it's just that these seem vibrant, and these different initiatives and associations see that there is value for these associations to be engaged, but there is no framework except one. I think FAPMA and SAGMA, an MOU with Global Fund, and that was for procurement, for getting preferential treatment for procurement for Global Fund. But they told me there was an MOU even, and there were negotiations, but at the end of the negotiations, somehow Global Fund didn't show up. So still, there wasn't gain for association. And then about this 8-year support from UNIDO, which was very instrumental in research, but also in financing the secretariats. The engagements with government, mostly for advocacy purposes, but also some of these have been invited for advisory. In some governments, they're advisory, they are on task forces, say for some policies. But with Meta, where Meta has been, in countries where there is Meta, manufacturers were represented on the Meta councils. And Meta is also a platform for policy advocacy. And so they were engaged in this multi-sector dispensation. The engagements, on engagements with communities, they mentioned that this was maybe through CSOs that they could work with, maybe under like Meta, but also sometimes they're invited to do social corporate responsibility, reaching out with medical outreaches to support some few communities. So what are the key learnings that I take from what this work that we've conducted? First of all, these associations were created after mid-2000. And so many of them were created in the early 2010 and beyond. So they are fairly young. And so there is a lot to learn for the associations. However, they are soundly governed. We have at a continental level, we have at the regional economic communities, but also at country level. Except that, of course, they will come with issues that come with non-profits. With non-profits, you have to look for the funding. They've also implemented successful initiatives. There's a Zibona, the Medicines Harmonization Initiative in SADC was one. I've talked about the safeguarding of locally produced medicines in Uganda. There are various successful initiatives that have been implemented and that we can pick from. However, the secretariats are limping. They've been relying mostly on donor support for their existence. And currently, there are no donors supporting. I've talked about the limited funding. Again, the fees from the members are really minimal. And the fees, for those that had fees, were about $300, $600. But again, the members did not pay. Then activities are minimal. They're mostly dependent on the energies of the chairpersons and the board members. And these are usually on voluntary basis. And the visibility, I said little visibility, but I think that's an understatement. I just wanted to be polite, but visibility is really a big for these associations. So how do we move forward? There is need to strengthen financing streams to make the secretariats of these associations functional, to increase collaboration with academia and CSOs. I think academia and CSOs also, these professional associations are given membership in SAGMA. I haven't seen that elsewhere, but there is need to increase membership for these associations. Above all, visibility is very important. Without websites, without social media presence, they will remain briefcase associations. There is need for the associations to ensure that they have more legitimacy. They should get more involved in the policy-making processes and ensure that they are written in the documents as implementers of these policies. And follow up. I know that in Uganda, our National Pharmaceutical Strategic Plan 4 has a whole objective 7 on pharmaceutical manufacturing. And this has not even, nothing has been done on this objective 2.5 years down the line, midway the implementation of this policy. But associations the association is there. It's just a matter of them pushing, going to the ministry, working with the ministry to ensure that these objectives are fulfilled. Then there is also need to increase collaboration, again, through what I've just said. That will help increase collaboration with government. And although, you know, for private entities, say even coming to a meeting like this one, sitting for 2 days, for a private entity is very difficult because, you know, for them it's how much time? Time is equal to money. But I think there is need to invest in dispensations like this for these associations to be part of technical working group meetings at various ministries of health and trade, them to participate in discussions of policy, but also for them, you know, private sector is rarely on the table because maybe there's a lot of discussion and no action at government tables, but it's high time that they got engaged so that they're not left behind. And then, as I said, we need to see these associations. When we come to conferences like this, let us have these PowerPoint presentations put out for the world to see. Let us, those policy papers that are written, let them be out there so that others can learn, but others can also see the work, the good work that is being done, which is currently not being seen. I thank you. And if there are any questions for clarification, I would welcome those before I hand over to Solomon. Thank you very much.
Questions, clarifications, comments, additions?
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Just something small. I don't know, it may not be related to the presentation, but it's something that came into my mind. I've seen some countries that have strengthened the councils instead of associations. I take an example of Rwanda. You may find that within the Ministry of Health structures, they invite the Pharmaceutical Council. And this council is composed of some pharmaceuticals and I don't know much of, but the same to do with the Nursing Council as compared to the Nursing Association. The same to do with the Medical Council as compared to the Medical Association. Because the Medical Association is private, voluntary, but then the government seems to be having such structures like councils. So in the countries you moved through, there is a pharmaceutical association. This is voluntary, and it's more of a civil society. But some countries have created a framework for councils. Do you find councils in those countries, and what is their composition? Do you have like private players in those councils? So do you think that councils are swallowing the associations? Thank you.
Okay, councils are...
Dr. Chibet, do you want to take like three or
okay.
at once? Okay, cool.
I have a very small memory. Let me write that down.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dennis, for the presentation. I think we are really informed by what you have captured in the study. Just a few observations. We can call them questions as well. It's my personal experience that member associations, organizations perform better when the members are actually individuals and not organizations or companies coming together. These companies that come and become part of an association tend to come as donors, sponsors. As soon as they pay the subscription, they ask you whether the logo will appear in the next meeting, and that's it. They don't see value for money. And the most successful one for the case of Uganda is the Uganda Manufacturers Association, where beyond the membership, there is something more they offer in terms of exhibition, in terms of networks and things like that. I don't know whether you studied and saw the affiliation of these pharmaceuticals, especially for the case of Uganda, I understand, between the Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Association and the other association, UMA, because when we, as planners, invite the manufacturers, we assume that everybody is under that umbrella. So if their connection there is weak, then we probably will miss them out. That one did not come out well. Then the other issue that my brother was raising, which is valid, the council versus association. It is strategic today for any association that is created to strongly affiliate with the council or the authority. So in this case, the regulator is, let's say, the National Drug Authority. That would then pose as a council. We don't have to create another council for pharmaceuticals. And then you have the Pharmaceutical Association. How, in the legislative setting, how are they associated? If there is no association, then they cease to be relevant. I will give you an example. For the engineers in Uganda, you have the Engineers Registration Board. That's the regulatory arm of government. And then you have the Uganda Institution of Professional Engineers. That is the association. Now, for you to be recognized by the Engineers Registration Board, you have to be a member of the association for you to get that stamp to become a licensed engineer. So everybody is compelled to be part of the association and consequently become registered. And that is in the law. It's not something that is thought about. So is this in the NDA Act? Is this something, some of the reforms we could advocate for? I think that will be also very good. Thank you very much.
That's interesting. Yarid?
Thank you, Dr. Dennis, for a very informative presentation. Just I want to raise, local manufacturers association role regarding supporting pharmaceutical manufacturing at that respective country. Just I want to raise the experience while I was working for government office. We have annual work plan with local pharmaceutical manufacturers, and one of the activities to develop list of product manufactured locally by members. That list is revised every year when the new product is coming. So those local manufacturers are source of information for a given product. Say, for example, paracetamol is manufactured by 3 manufacturers. For a newcomer to this industry, we'll have such kind of information. There are already 3 manufacturers producing this product. For a newcomer, need to look for other product, or they have priority list of products to be manufactured locally. And during the time when I was working in government office, National Pharmaceutical Supply Agency, and this is they need to have kind of annual joint work plan with respective government authorities. For that, they need to evaluate their performances. They need to air their challenge. One of the challenge in our setup was access to Forex to buy raw material. So jointly, with government office, they will go to bank to deal their issues, and they will present their annual performance based on the tender they won and how much they deliver to the respective government offices or any private organizations. But what I want to emphasize is that, when a newcomer, a new investor comes in the country, the local pharmaceutical manufacturer are source of information, provide some kind of information, especially in identifying priority list of products to be manufactured in that country context. And their research areas can also be geared to identifying this product, because and to inform anyone, the newcomers, about the country context, their experiences, and if such things are, in your study, just you can explain, but otherwise you can take us from Ethiopian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Yarid. Okay, Dr. Chibira, I don't know how many you'll take, but you'll take all of them and then you'll answer at once.
Thank you. My question, financing. You did mention that the secretariats are underfunded. But again, knowing that we have very few pharmaceuticals that have also access to the resources, what is bringing this issue of lack of finances? And from your experience interacting with the different associations, who do you suggest should be putting in resources, the secretariat? Thank you.
Who should be financing the secretariat? All right. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. From yesterday, even from the morning, looking at the deliberations yesterday, one of the major challenges is that we have policies, we have laws that are progressive, that are supportive, but what is lacking is the implementation. And as you presented there, did you find anything around these associations picking up on policies and laws and pushing or doing something about implementation? Because I think this is one of the ways they will become visible, pushing the agenda for advancing these policies and laws and even standards. Of course, maybe they may not have a role in setting the standards, but are they even providing some level of oversight and really being visible in terms of ensuring that standards are being followed or implemented? Maybe that could enable them to be more visible, even could attract resources, because everybody knows that those are key areas when it comes to the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you.
I'll take two more. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Chibira. Okay.
Very good questions. But again, some of these actually may not even be questions. They're going to add to this is new knowledge for the research. So thank you. Tom, representation on councils vis-a-vis the associations. Councils are government structures, right? And the ministers are at liberty to appoint representatives of these councils, right? And so sometimes associations will not be represented, right? We can take a few examples. For sure in Uganda, the pharmaceutical manufacturers associations are not represented on the pharmacy council. So where you are not, if you're not on the table, then you're being cooked. So, and that's why we want the associations to ensure that they are on the table. I don't know if that answers you. Okay. Maybe I should go to Dr. Lule and start with the one again on affiliation with associations. See, they are professional associations. And so what you described with the Engineers Association is a professional association, like we have the Pharmacists Association. So before you get a license for a pharmacy or even a manufacturing plant, the pharmacist must be registered with the association. That is different. The associations of the manufacturers are more of, they've come together as themselves to create a voice for themselves, right? It's not provided for in the law. So it's different from the professional associations. And when you look at all these policies, they talk about professional associations, but they are not mentioning those private associations. And maybe it's deliberate, but again, from my research point of view, I think it's up to the manufacturers to make a case and be on the table. Where has it worked? Again, the Zimbabwe case. Because, I don't know, maybe Emmanuel Mujuru, who leads FAPMA, but has also led PMA for a while, is a good man. I don't know how, Ranga will tell us how strong he is in Zimbabwe, but probably you're not going to discuss anything without him, right? But again, that takes us back to what I said. Most of these associations have been what they are because of their leaders, right? We have to move out of that because that's not sustainable, right? I may not have all the answers to how they can be better, but I think with all of us and with themselves sitting and reflecting, they could be better. The second question from Dr. Lule was, I agree with you that individual members usually perform better than institutional or companies because individuals come for a particular gain. And so I think it's in SAGMA where we've seen professional associations are actually members of SAGMA. There are associate members that are members of SAGMA. Also shares from associating with SAGMA have been willing to pay $300, which is a lot of money per year for an individual, but they've been willing to pay. I don't know if that answers. But I agree with you that individuals usually are self-motivated. A company will want to see promotion, maybe a logo. They may not push for so much. But again, where companies also see that there is benefit. I think the bottom line is that companies and even individuals should see benefit in these associations. Yarid, the Ethiopian case. Unfortunately, Ethiopia is not a case that we studied because it's not part of the countries, but this is very good. And I think it articulates well what I talked about. Having joint work plans with government, having an annual list of priority medicines is very, very good. And I think other associations can pick from this. Sit with government on the table and discuss. We've seen that because of presence, again, I mentioned Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwean Association is invited to all policy processes. They sit on procurement committees, and so their interests will actually come through. But if you stay home, certainly, your interests will stay home. And so these are recommendations. Yarid, thank you for these recommendations. I'll cite them in the finalization of this report. There's a question you mentioned on areas of research. Research areas? I don't think I got that properly, or that I've forgotten now. In terms of finances, the lack of finances, who should finance the secretariats? The question of government financing the secretariats seems to be a hard paper. But we've seen that in Zimbabwe, they fund all their activities. They don't have fees, but they fund their activities. So members should fund. But members, in order for them to fund, they need to see value. Fatia's question. I think, again, your question is in Zimbabwe. The answer is in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has been at the forefront of pushing, they've been engaged. But I also know in Uganda, the Pharmaceutical Association has been engaged in development of the National Medicines Policy and the National Pharmaceutical Sector Strategic Plan. I think the issue is now, how do they follow up? I could take another round. I might need some water.
I will get 2 questions and then we get to the panel. So each person, you have at least 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kibira, for that. So I think mine you've addressed partly, but wanted just so I know that in some countries, for instance, Kenya, we have the umbrella Kenya Association of Manufacturers, which to a big extent is like the umbrella body working to champion the interests of manufacturers. So it's been more visible to a very big extent. So what I wanted to know, or maybe from you as you do your research, is maybe just looking at the intersection between these umbrella bodies that champion issues across the manufacturing sector and those now specific maybe to pharmaceutical manufacturing. So what's the relationship, and maybe is there maybe recommendations around if they can actually join efforts or work in one way or the other. Also, the second thing that I think I wanted to mention related to the issues about the councils, and I agree with you that the medical councils in most of the countries, so for instance, Kenya, it's more of a regulatory body, a body that actually accredits and does such related issues. So yeah, so and yeah, that's more of government affiliation body, and this being a private entity. So also, but also very, I think it will be also good from your side as you draw lessons around what will be the best practice out there around maybe just ensuring that such associations have greater buy-in, have greater influence, and are actually sitting on the table where decisions are being made within government. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We also have one question from the online team. I will share it after.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dennis, for the presentation. My input perhaps is just to add more information, particularly on the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Zimbabwe. There are two things. In Zimbabwe, you have the Pharmaceutical Society, which basically is a regulatory body for pharmacists, and which deals with the interests of the professionals on their side. Then we have the Pharmaceutical Association of Zimbabwe, which is a lobby group. And I want to emphasize on two things that you raised. The first one being the strength of the chairman, Emmanuel Mujuru, that you talked about. He is a chief executive of a manufacturer, which is +5 pharmaceutical manufacturer. And because of his association and his relationships, his networks within government and other key stakeholders, he brings in the professional side to the association itself. But they've always had challenges with regards to developing institutions beyond perhaps the individuals, that is in terms of growing the secretariats for them to be able to continue, you know, after the tenure of their chairpersons, which brings us to a very important point of how do we build institutions that are able to sustain themselves beyond individual capabilities. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at. Then the second point is the relationship that you find between the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Zimbabwe and being a member also of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries, which is a more stable institution with a strong secretariat, and which is also able to develop different position papers, engaging the government on different issues, and providing also to a very large extent some guidelines on how some of these institutions should operate in terms of their advocacy and engagement with government. So that association is very strong. Then in terms of financing, again, it's an issue that is bedeviling a number of associations, and the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association cannot be isolated from the challenges that they also face. They depend on inputs or financing from the members themselves, who perhaps also struggling on their own, but of course they know their interests. And because they know their interests, they know what they want in terms of the policies, in terms of regulations, they try by all means to be as professional as is possible. Yesterday, when I presented, I gave an example of the raw materials which had very high tariffs as compared to finished products. It was the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Zimbabwe that really pushed for, you know, the duty on raw materials to be reduced for the pharmaceutical sector, and they spent more than 5 years demanding this from the authorities, and at the end they managed to get it. Now the question that Fatia raised is a very important question in terms of whether the associations themselves push governments to implement certain policies or regulations that are in place. It's a two-way process. Two-way in the sense that some of the rules, they demand the manufacturers themselves, you know, to be compliant with certain rules. And at the end of the day, you may find that they may be weak, deliberately weak in pushing for the implementation of certain rules and laws that are in legislation, if of course they are demanding them to comply with certain things. But of course, on the other hand, if it is something that will benefit them, then you will see them moving with quick speed to force the government to implement certain things. This is why it's important to have independent institutions, for example, standards associations, that are then able also to demand on the part of manufacturers for them to be able to implement certain aspects that are contained in legislation and so forth. So you need different institutions to play different roles, to play an oversight role on another institution as well. So the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, they may not be able to play that role of being a watchdog on the operations that they are supposed to be compliant with. So these are some of the things that we need to be looking at. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dennis and colleagues. And yeah, I think this is a very interesting conversation. And I was just trying to, you know, sometimes when you want to solve a problem, you really debate where the problem, what solution are you looking for? So I don't know, because I know the IFPMA, the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, and how they have worked around issues of access and equity of essential medicine. I don't know whether colleagues know what their roles have been, even in the current conversations around the pandemic accord. They have been the biggest opponents of the TRIPS waiver. They have really influenced the accord. I think they have quite access to people who make policies. So immediately the pandemic accord was, the zero draft was released. They've been going around the world. I think they've met all the global leaders. So that's the level of access that you'll never have. And they are not going there championing for access rights for people who need them. They are there championing the industry right to make profit at the expense of everyone. So I'm wondering what remedy are we looking for in a stronger pharmaceutical organizations, particularly the private side of things in our context here? Are we not waking sleeping dogs that we should just let lie? Because they already have quite a lot of access and their interest is not ours. So I think we probably need to problematize other things. Their weak advantage.
That's a spanner in the works. All right, Dr. Chibira, you have the final say at this.
Oh, I start with agree. That's a very good one. Good enough you talked about the international one, the International Federation, which, of course, the bigger weights in the international federations are big pharma who are looking for their own interests. When we talk about the African associations, it's about improving local production generally, boosting local pharmaceutical production. Many people do not want to use the word local. They don't want to be associated with being local. And they say domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing. So maybe I revise the word there. Very good point, Agre. I think there is need for a balance. And that's where the intersectionality of all players comes in. I think what we've done in Uganda with the Medicines Transparency Alliance is to know that, of course, a private business, the bottom line is profit. Government has a mandate to provide. And then civil society do the watchdog. And then when all these players came together, it was first of all difficult because the priorities are very different. But the common goal is providing access. And once that common goal, which should be the bottom line actually for that intersection, is access. How do we provide access while everyone benefits? I think what's being done by Big Pharma, certainly, I'm with you, Agre, on that point, but we need to have a balance. And maybe a disclaimer, by having this assessment and trying to strengthen manufacturing associations, I'm not in any way trying to, they will certainly, we know where they come from. They have to make a profit, but we have to balance the private interests with the public interest. Hope that's fair enough, even for the media, because it would be very hard to brand Dennis Chibira, an advocate for access, as an advocate for industry. I hope that doesn't come out anywhere. Going back to Timothy, yes, the intersection, certainly between all these players, there are many players with different mandates that pertaining to pharmaceutical production. What we see generally is that there is a disconnect. And I'm happy Dr. Lule is here from the National Planning Authority, because I think in Uganda we want to see that there is an interconnection between all those players. Timothy, is that fair enough? Because certainly there are different mandates within all these institutions, and all of them are looking for what's in it for them. But all of them coming to the same table, I think will help improve the discussion, and will help also balance out the issues of access and human rights that Agri has alluded to. The issue about providing best practices, that's a good one. We'll provide a few pages of best practices we see that, particularly in terms of organizing, in terms of operations, that other associations can look at. When we finalize the report, we should have something there. Then, Ranga, thank you for the information. And of course, working beyond individuals to try to strengthen institutions is always a work in progress. I think once the secretariats are adequately funded, it will help to balance out the issues of strong leaders, but we need strong leaders. Barcelona is very different without Lionel Messi, right? And so we always need a Messi in our team. So if we have a strong leader that is taking the organization somewhere, then we look for another strong leader. And I think that's it. The others were simply additions. I thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge my brother who has been here with us for 2 days, for the chair of the mentoring committee to be here with us for 2 days. Shows the interest in this subject matter. So Dr. Ayume, we thank you. I also want to say I'm proud. He's my old boy, secondary school, and I'm proud of the work he's doing in Parliament. And I urge all of us who have a skin thicker than Dennis Chibira's to go to Parliament also and represent us.
Okay, I have taken note. Dennis, before you leave, an online person asked, and I think this is Helen Nabaiga, said, what are the criteria for one to join an association, more so those in the academia? I think that's the question right there on the screen.
Okay. Thank you, Helen, for that question. I think the criteria, different associations have their own constitution. Because these are private entities, they have their own constitutions about memberships. Different memberships are also different in the associations. I've seen that in the South African Generic Manufacturers Association, they invite individuals, they invite companies, they invite professional bodies. And so in Uganda, maybe Adrian us, but I know that they're just associations for now. They're just manufacturers for now. And maybe we'll also give a best practices that maybe should the membership be open. But again, this is up to the associations to decide.
Thank you. And a round of applause for Dr. Chibira. Dr. Chibira, thank you. I love it when you said you don't want to be misunderstood as advocating for manufacturers, and yet you're actually advocating for access. Interesting conversations there. Dr. Chibira, thank you. While you're making those submissions, eventually it comes down to the cost of medicines, right? Because at the tail end of it, if you go to the pharmacy and the medicines are affordable because of the infrastructure that has been set up in the country to support manufacturing, we all benefit, right? So thank you, Dr. Chibira. We're going into a panel discussion. Or do we want to go Professor Ben's move? Maybe we will do it later. Okay, something little. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up. Professor Ben has something for us.
working with the emerging markets division, and she was supporting the development of strategies to implement integrated healthcare solutions to increase product penetration and market access, particularly in China, Brazil, and Middle East. Welcome. Last but definitely not least, I would like to welcome Timothy Wafula from Kenya, all the way from Kenya, a lawyer by profession, and he is the program manager at Kenya Legal and Ethical Issues Network, known as KELIN, and he leads work, currently he's leading work on access to medicine and intellectual property. Thank you very much. So first, I would like to thank you all for agreeing to be a part of this panel, and once again, welcome. It is a very humble duty to be involved in this conversation with movers and shakers. That's what I like to call you guys. So my first question goes to Dr. Adrian. As has been highlighted over and over again in this conference, that the laws, policies, and institutions necessary for us to advance vaccine and pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa as a whole are in place and they're available, but our biggest challenge currently is implementation. As pharmaceutical associations, pharmaceutical manufacturing associations, how has this affected you and your priorities in terms of what you manufacture? And as groupings, what have you done to override this lack of implementation? Thank you.
Let me respond to that question. It's quite challenging. However, I'm going to give you a little prehistory on why we are failing to implement. Am I audible enough? Yeah. I'm going to give you a little prehistory on why we are failing to implement the programs we put up in policies. I've been seeing questions being raised to my colleague, my previous speaker, regarding the involvement of the association in most of the policy decisions. So where the lack of implementation comes from is because people who set up policies sit and discuss policies without understanding the procedures of implementation because they are not involving stakeholders in these discussions. One of the exemplary frameworks I can give you, in the European Union, there is what we call the European Union Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Industries Association. Back in 2016, when they wanted to accelerate the development of vaccines that tackle diseases like TB, malaria, and out of this development, that's when we got what we call the TB Alliance that is funding the development of TB research in South Africa. So these people in the European Union gave the association $400 million. That's in 2016. And in this collaboration, there was a meeting between industry, academia, regulatory authorities, government, and funders. So what we get as a challenge here is that people who develop policy ends up not being implemented because the real people who are supposed to be at the forefront of implementation are the industry operators, and they are sidelined. So one of the challenges now we are having in the development of vaccine production, it is actually realizable, but I'm going to open you to an era in the roadmap that at least the African Union target is talking about. Yesterday, we said that in Africa we produce 1% of vaccines required in Africa. However, when you look at the target which we want to meet, that is 40%, you heard from the CEO of BioVac, he was telling you, we don't have the markets. How can we guarantee investment in this? And secondly, you may all take me wrong, but I'm contrary to what the African Union framework suggests. Because in my understanding is, if you are approaching vaccine development in Africa, there are 3 categories you have to look at, which vary, and each has a different impact. The first category is vaccine access. As the African Union, do we want to tackle vaccine access? The second category is the pandemic or epidemic preparedness. Do we want to tackle epidemic preparedness? The third category, to me, is vaccine development. So as an agenda of the AU, if you say we want to manufacture 40% of vaccines, development has different requirements. Is government ready to fund development? Are there policies there for that? But now we don't have answers from the African Union. If we say we want to fund pandemic preparedness, how ready are we to implement that? Which framework are we devising with the implementers in pandemic development? And then if we say we are going to improve vaccine access, this poses us a question that most of the vaccines we receive in Africa are, for example, funded by donors, maybe 90 or 80%. So if I want to say I'm going to produce all vaccines for myself here in Africa, the concern is, where are the vaccines that the donors are making gonna go? If they donate them for free, you people who are looking at producing vaccines here, where will you sell yours? So the approach to me is not showing any clarity, because the development of policies here does not support people that actually need to be adding that is realistic enough. What I can say is that the agenda is mainly, I'm sorry to say this may contradict many of the politicians and the people above, but I have to say it nevertheless. We had a problem of countries in developed countries hoarding vaccines during the COVID pandemic. And through this agenda, that's where we are driving the interest to implement vaccine manufacturing. To me, it is an emotional agenda. Politically, yes, it opened some people the sight of understanding that there are things we need to do in the country. But these policies will continue failing and failing until we copy from the stakeholders what needs to be done. The same way the European Union did to accelerate vaccine research and development, and per now at least there are maybe 3 or 4 clinical trial agents that are already, I think, at stage 2 or 3 for malaria. TB clinical trials are ongoing for vaccine candidates that are yet to come out. So I think I've been a little bit clear enough to clarify the gaps as to why the implementation fails because of that incoherence and lack of cooperation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adrian. And I will definitely be coming back to you. Let's move on to Professor Killian. Just as Dr. Adrian has rightfully stated that the people that are affected by these policies, the people that need to be at the forefront of these policies are not involved when these policies are being developed, and therefore it is causing us to stagger in implementation. My question for you is, how best can civil society engage with these, as Dr. Chibira called them, weak pharmaceutical manufacturing associations that we have? And would this be collaboration, just as Agre rightfully pointed out, would this collaboration actually be a positive thing for our communities? If civil society was to help increase visibility of pharmaceutical manufacturing associations, would this be a positive thing for our societies? And if it is, how can civil society do that? Thank you.
Does anyone know the answer? Anyway, let me start from some really maths here. Just to everybody who is sitting here, has any of you, and be very careful about the way I phrase this question, please. Has any of you seen a yellow fever patient? Just raise your hand if you've actually seen a yellow fever patient. Has any of you actually seen somebody with cholera? Yes? Okay. Has any of you actually seen somebody with Rift Valley fever? Okay. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time on some really great conversations. And now let me ask you a really simple test question. And I'm going to your answer. Does anybody remember 4 of the 5 countries that have met ML3 level in sub-Saharan Africa? Just raise your hand, let me see. That was the song yesterday. It was all about ML3, ML3, ML3. The reason why I pose this question is really to come to what you've asked. It's a really serious concern. We are having this discussion right now, and I was just smiling when you were giving your remarks. I used to work for the Futures Group International, and we would write policies on H Street in Washington, D.C., and I would fly to some countries out here and meet with the Secretary Generals and the Ministers of Health and the Director Generals, and I'd say, you know, on HIV, this is what we think you're supposed to be doing, and we'll have some meetings with the technical group, and 48 hours after, I'll be on the plane and I'll go away. Then I'll come back 6 months after to see how they have gone. And in one country, the minister actually looked at me and he said, so what are we discussing this time? Initially, I'm sorry. Initially, when he posed that question, I thought it was a joke, or it was, you know, the light moment before we get into something serious. But he was actually serious. All of this I say to go back to the very simple thing of where is our public health communication? Where is our public health communication? You know, when you look at the uptake of the COVID vaccine, the entire African continent has just around 10 or below 10% on the uptake of the COVID vaccine. And do you know the conversation behind that? It's because even the intelligent us in this room know that it takes 5 to 10 years to come up with this vaccine, and all of a sudden somebody said they have it in 6 months, and we're looking at them like, God have mercy. These are the same people who have been trying to sterilize African men. These are the same people who have been trying to... How are we going to take the vaccine? Because it's in our head. It's in our head. There was a conversation yesterday about technology transfer. How many people in Uganda, 45 million people, how many people in Uganda know of Date Pharma? And then tomorrow, Date Pharma is going to get into some discussion. They're going to have some technological transfer, and then the president is going to tell people that our scientists are doing well. Now we just created a pharmaceutical company, and they have made this vaccine. Start taking it. People will look at all of us here and they'll be like, those people over there took 15 years to make it. Now you say this group started 5 years ago and they've made a vaccine that you want me to take. The conversation we're having right now needs to be us. It needs to be the public health communication team and an explanation of what is actually going on. The conversation about the councils and the associations, I was laughing a lot about that because I've actually had to deal with that conversation in almost all the countries I've had some kind of interaction. there is a lot of money for you two to coexist. In Kenya, MSH provided a lot of money for me to be able to help the Medical Association and the Medical Council to be able to come together. That's a country where people go around arresting people. And they are not wearing police uniforms. They are not. But because they're in the council, they can. But we were able to get MSH to put a lot of money for them both to sit down and discuss business plans, discuss visions, discuss intentions, and then to coexist. Today, I'm actually dealing with an even more simpler yet very complicated situation. And again, it comes down to who is involved, where are the implementers? Do you know that there is a very big conversation outside this room between who is a scientist? What does it mean to be a scientist? And what does it mean to be trained as a medical or clinical technologist? And those two people have their two different associations. And then when COVID came, they said, no, this is for us scientists. We did molecular biology. So there is a big conversation that needs to get out there. And all of this discussion that is going on, there are true stakeholders who are out in the field. And we really need to get them invited. We need to have a true public health communications team that allows for some of these discussions to actually get out. Because there's going to be a nice report. I was told yesterday that I was on the news. I don't even know what they said about what I said. But how many people understood it? Or how many people appreciated it? It was a snippet. But if somebody has not been following this conversation, well, oh, there was something going on in Lake Victoria. Okay, those people were talking. Those are the people who are enjoying the money. That's how you become branded. Full stop. And then it becomes so difficult to translate the actual issues. And then I was in a country a couple of weeks ago, and as soon as I left the capital city and I was talking to the people in one of the provinces or divisions or whatever you want to call it, one of the people looked me straight in the face. You know what they said to me? You people who sit in the capital are the ones who have the money, and you want us to be working. Why? Because when all the good decisions are made, they are made in the capital. And then somebody sends out a communique that this now needs to be implemented. And the people are, oh, so you people went in that Lake Victoria, you sat down, you had your per diems, you enjoyed yourself, and then now you're saying we should walk. So there is a really big need. There's a true need if we're going to get to the implementation phase, if we're going to get to a more successful phase. That, as I said, started off by saying, how many of you have seen a yellow fever patient? The pharmaceuticals in Dakar, they're going to produce vaccines for yellow fever. But we need to make sure that there's an economies of scale in that production so that those people who have not seen somebody with yellow fever but have seen somebody with cholera can relate. There are only two people in the room, one for yellow fever, one for cholera. They can actually relate with the story, and we can help with this discussion so that we can include more people on the field than we have people in the boardroom. My parting thing here is the three English words which we must always remember from where we sit. The first one is lobbying, and the next two are convening power. The first one is lobbying. We must know where to lobby. We must know where to lobby. And the second thing is we must find out when we lobby who has the convening power. Because when we figure those three words together, then we can get our policy and our implementation done, and done in real time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. allow me to curtail the conversation a little as I go to Dr. Ziada. Yesterday, you enlightened us on process re-engineering when you talked about how China went back to when the government sort of made a decision to cap the price, they went back to their process, reversed it, and saw what was bringing up the cost and sort of cut down so that they can adjust their prices to those prices. Do you think our pharmaceutical manufacturing associations in Africa would be ready to undertake such a process? And what do you think it means for them if our governments decided, okay, we have to buy vaccines, we're going to start buying vaccines from our pharmaceutical manufacturing companies, but we need the price to be this if you're going to be manufacturing for us? Do you think they're ready to reverse their processes and start cutting down costs? And considering that we have a relatively young pharmaceutical manufacturing environment in Africa, would they be willing to do this, in your opinion, and what would it mean for them? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. Once again, just in case I didn't have an opportunity to say hello. With reference to what I talked about yesterday, I would also like to add what Dr. Ayume also talked about yesterday. The process of reverse engineering was not looking at all products. We were just looking at few products. And if you remember what Dr. Ayume talked about yesterday in the conversations he had with the president, his advice was, we cannot be having this discussion just talking about vaccine manufacturing. The question should be, out of all the priority diseases that have been enlisted, what is going to be our primary focus first? Because we are still young, like you have said. We cannot be now talking about putting up infrastructure to cater to all the different diseases. We need to have a start. What's going to be our start base? So, with respect to what I shared yesterday, this is happening across Big Pharma, but they are targeting specific products. You could find that just one pharmaceutical company, 23 to 30% of its sales in China are being driven by just one product. So when they're sitting and they're trying to make a decision on where should we focus our first initial investment, they have the answer as to why we need to move in this direction because of the economic impact it has on our business. So with now going to pharmaceutical manufacturers, are we ready? For me, because as like she shared my previous experience, when we are looking at the position I was working in, you can be able to understand that the issue of access, the issue of manufacturing, it's not only peculiar to us within our context of vaccine manufacturing in Africa. Each country all over the world is asking how can we improve access to drugs or vaccines that are going to be tackling high burden diseases in our area. It's not peculiar, it's just that we're talking about vaccines. Some other countries probably are talking about non-communicable diseases. There are also rare diseases, but it goes down to the same principles. Now, I think that we need to first establish where do we want to focus, whether it's as a nation, Uganda, whether it's as an East African community, what vaccine or what two vaccines. There cannot be many. Where do we want to focus? We establish that it's going to be this vaccine. And of course, there has to be a why. Why even are we choosing that vaccine? Dr. Kivumbi said that some of the policies are not being implemented because maybe some stakeholders have not been involved. But one of the things I've learned in my previous work is we need to ask ourselves, even though we prioritize yellow fever, all the different stakeholders that are going to support the movement of yellow fever, do they feel like it is meeting their needs? And here we have the patients. Meaning, Professor Song was talking about the public communications. If you remember Mr. Solomon's yesterday's piece, he started off with showing the impact of COVID deaths, how people died. For me, that was emotionally touching that I was interested in the rest of the piece, just by remembering, because I think here, each and everyone here has someone dearly you know who died of COVID, isn't it? Isn't it? So I think you can relate when you see people burying, you're like, man, COVID, you can relate emotionally. So first of all, even though we had said we're going to pick yellow fever, we are going to start from the community and say, in East Africa or in Uganda, which diseases are giving us the highest burden? We begin from the community. Listen to those stories. Listen to their journeys of accessing the health center. Those are the stories that are going to create the emotional discussion behind vaccine manufacturing. People will narrate to you all kinds of things, and the media can highlight that. That is already creating an emotional need around the topic you want to front. That's the first stakeholder, is the community. The second stakeholder, I would like to talk about the government. In most of the discussions we've been talking about, we're talking about government as providing support, which is true. But yesterday I liked still Dr. Ayume's analysis. He said the reason as to why they feel it's important to support the National Regulatory Authority of Uganda, NDA, here to achieve ML3 status is because they are losing money from organizations such as, I think it was UNCHR, who could be purchasing products from within Uganda, but because we don't have that status, we're missing out on the opportunity. So from a legislator's point of view, they have the economic pinch. Now that's the government, because even the government is looking for money. It's not only, even them, they want money. So if we say we're going to put yellow fever at the front, the government is also trying to ask, okay, why should we be interested in this yellow fever? I mean, we have competing priorities. We have a very small national healthcare budget. Why should we put yellow fever at the forefront? And one of the strategies Big Pharma does to push visibility on particular products to be, to enhance policies or to create new reforms in terms of policy reforms and new legislation, they first go and ask, what is the impact of not having this product to the healthcare system in terms of the cost implication to the healthcare system of not having this product on the market? So when I'm sitting with Dr. Ayume and I'm telling him, why are we prioritizing yellow fever? Look, if we do not prioritize yellow fever, this is first of all the cost the Ugandan government is incurring annually because vaccines are a preventive measure, isn't it? So it means that when patients go to the hospital, there has to be a cost incurred to treat them. Now, legislators, especially at the parliament, may need to understand what is the cost impact of us not prioritizing this particular vaccine. Let me give malaria. I think malaria is more relatable than yellow fever. If we're to say let's prioritize malaria, most of the patients who get malaria, okay, I've been in the healthcare delivery, and also some physicians will relate that most of the patients who get malaria, they won't only present with malaria, there'll be other comorbidities, but maybe malaria was the one that, I don't know the healthcare term there to use. Malaria was the one that influenced the other comorbidities. Yes, it's rare for someone to come and it's only malaria. Maybe to be having pneumonia. There will be maybe another associated illness. So now I'm speaking to the Ugandan government and I'm helping them analyze why we are choosing malaria. We have the patient stories. Now we are going to the health economic impact of why malaria needs to be prioritized. And we're looking at what is the entire cost to the healthcare system just by treating patients in malaria. And here, as pharmaceutical associations, of course, there has to be need for collaboration with academia. Because this kind of estimates we're talking about, academia is involved, financial experts are involved. It is not purely a technical point of just talking about the value proposition of a drug. You're also going now to another aspect. Now, government now since we're talking about drugs for public health order, government's interest is, okay, once we prioritize this is how we are saving costs as a system. Who is the third stakeholder here? We've talked about the manufacturers. And Dr. Kivumbi has highlighted some of these areas. When we do actually enter the vaccine manufacturing space as manufacturers, is it a viable business? Do we have a market? Shall we have the support that we need? So going back to your question, are we ready as manufacturers? There's a need for collaboration with different expertise, number one. Number two, as we are putting out this kind of analysis, we need to ask who are the different stakeholders that need to push this outcome. Have their interests been represented? Because every front I will go to, they will be willing. And I think I've answered the question. Yeah?
Yes, you
but
have.
Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say.
But maybe just, just your opinion. Do you think that they are ready to actually collaborate with different expertise and do this? In a few words.
This is what I think. I think there is a need, first of all, to do an ecosystem mapping to understand, first of all, what expertise do we need? That's the first question. And it goes back to us prioritizing our needs, because different, I think Dr. Jivumbi will even elaborate here, every product has its own, sometimes expertise could differ depending on the kind of product you're pushing on the market. Mm-hmm. So after doing an ecosystem mapping, we need to first approach the stakeholders. Okay, who do we have in this space? And actually talk to them, listen to them. From the different kind of discussions, that's like the step number one, to be able to understand, okay, do we actually have a team that is willing to push this cause? Yeah, then I think the rest can follow.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That does answer my question. Moving on to Mr. Timothy. As everybody has been talking about, and even in this panel discussion, it's been highlighted that one of the driving factors in vaccine manufacturing or pharmaceutical manufacturing is this viable for us, especially for the pharmaceutical manufacturers? And as a specialist in access to medicines and intellectual property, how best do you think civil society and the citizens or the communities can align themselves, or rather, how best do you think local farmer or both parties can align themselves with the goal, which is to have the right to having access to medicine as the center of what is driving our pharmaceutical industry, just as I think was highlighted yesterday, particularly in Agri's presentation? How do you think we can bring all these things together? Because obviously people are not going to invest money so that they can get a loss, but at the end of the day, what we want, or what we want as citizens or communities, is for us to have, for ourselves to have access to the medicines. And as Dr. Aphrodis rightfully pointed out yesterday, is for me, the end user, it's about what is cost effective for me. So if I walk into the shop and the medicine from China, even though you are saying I should buy from Africa, is what's cheaper for me and is what's going to help me, that's what I will get. So how can we all as Africans, how can the communities and local pharmaceutical manufacturing companies align our interests such that we will have the right to access to medicine as the center of all this that we're talking about? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the luxury of being, or the good thing about being the last speaker, is that I have all the time to speak. So if you're thinking we are going for tea right now, hold your horses. Okay, just kidding. So thanks. Yeah, and you are actually right. Maybe I'll start from the point. I remember there's a previous conversation, regional conversation we were having, and I think a representative from the East Africa community came in maybe to speak about maybe that to be able to improve local production, domestic manufacturing of certain molecules, that there was a proposal maybe to increase the taxation for for those ones which are actually being exported in or coming from outside. And of course, from a strategy point of view, that makes sense that yes, increase access from that whatever is coming coming from out being important, and now to be able to encourage what is being produced locally. But that proposal or that statement actually was met with a lot of resistance from civil society organizations who are actually saying, now here you want to restrict access from you want to restrict access so that you can improve local manufacturing. What will our people do? What will the community access? And in the meantime, what will happen? So the same question or the same thing that you are saying. So at what point do we say that our interests are actually aligning? We are seeing the bigger picture and we are working together for this. So one thing that I will say is that first of all, the commitment as access to medicine movement activists, the main commitment or the main goal we are working towards is actually ensuring that everybody actually is able to enjoy their right to health. And that's the commitment that I think all our governments have actually committed to. They're saying, yes, we have a commitment to provide health services to our citizens. We have the commitment, or we are making this commitment to ensure that this right is actually enjoyed by every person. And as access movement CSOs or activists, we are saying that one way is actually to ensure that there is increased access to affordable quality medication to everybody. So that's the starting point, that we know what the end goal is, what we actually want at the end of the day, that our communities are able to access the medication they require at prices, or they're able to access these medications easily and at affordable prices. So if that is then the interest that we have, that's the goal that the government has, that's the goal that maybe we are pushing now the pharmaceutical sector or the industry to also work towards, then we'll be aligning, we'll be having our interests aligned to a big extent. So then the second thing that we have that will really make sense, I know from yesterday we've analyzed and talked about the legal, the policy, the regulatory environment that exists. We've said that we actually have laws, we have policies, we have regulations around all these. So just to note that existence of that enabling environment is actually a very critical factor, because and as we align our interests or push that we are moving towards the same goal, we need to ensure that the legal policy regulatory environment is actually conducive, is actually ideal to be able to push towards the goal for increased access. So that fight for an enabling environment or improving the policies needs also to continue, and that is also another point of convergence, that we as CSOs with the government, with the pharmaceutical sector, we can actually be in the same room, sit in the same table, and have conversations about which are these policies that actually needed, which are these laws that actually needed, that can actually be implemented. I think our colleague has talked about the challenge that maybe some of them coming in, critical stakeholders are missing, then implementation becomes a challenge. So at what point do we ensure that everybody in these policy, legal lawmaking process, that all our voices, all the critical stakeholders are in the room, and that we are working to create a conducive environment through which that creates, I think, it creates like a level playing field for everyone. And I think maybe lastly, just to mention that in all these, it will be important to highlight or to be able to bring to the fore what the community actually wants, and document, share what the experiences of the communities are. And I think now CSOs are at that critical point of we actually representing communities. We are working for and on behalf of communities, and speaking for and on behalf of communities. So it's actually important that even in these conversations at table, that voice is not lost at any point. So that again, at the end of the day, as government, as the local manufacturing associations are speaking towards strategies to be able to improve local production, that the end goal is that the person that will be affected, the community, is driving that conversation. And I think that is also a good thing, that, or a critical role that CSOs in the room will advocate or advance to ensure that that voice, that need that we are actually working towards, is not lost within the midst of maybe the technical conversation that is ongoing. And yeah, I agree that to a big extent, we will find maybe CSOs and pharmaceutical associations being a divergent, having divergent interests. Maybe the pharmaceutical associations pushing for different interests, so that we find ourselves at crossroads in most of the cases. But it's actually very important to be able to ensure that we are actually speaking, engaging, to be able to ensure that where the interests align, we advocate. Because I think at the end of the day, what we want is increased access. Maybe with the pharmaceutical associations, what they're also pushing for is actually to ensure that they're able to have an environment that they can manufacture and produce the vaccines or the medicines that are required within countries. So that's just roughly how I will be able to maybe answer the question that you've put. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And one of the emerging issues that I have seen in this discussion, that I have, that each of you has constantly reinforced, is that we need the community's voices to be heard if we're actually going to advance vaccine manufacturing in Africa. For the pharmaceutical manufacturing companies or associations, what they need to know is what is affecting the communities the most, and then they put their focus on that. For civil societies, they need to push the voice. They sort of need to be the link between the community and all these people making decisions as to what we make, what we're pushing out. And therefore, what I would suggest is one of our moving points is to actually involve the community in this discussion. So for each one of you, what would be your point as to how we move from today? Like we've said, implementation is one of our biggest struggles. How are you, as a mover and shaker in your space, going to involve the community in hearing out their voices so that we implement all these great strategies, innovations, initiatives, that these good policies that we have, that we start having the ball rolling in all of this? In a few words for each one of you. Thank you.
Okay, in a few words, community involvement. Number one, we need to prioritize our disease focus. And disease focus is going to be prioritized by appreciating where lies our highest disease burden. There are 22 diseases being talked about, but where is our highest burden? On a national level, on a regional level. Then those diseases will lead us to look for stories. We need to understand the stories in the eyes of the community. How do these diseases affect them? They will tell their stories. That creates the fast moving piece of the rest of the part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Communities can very easily be mistranslated. And for the work I do, communities are actually our leadership. That's another community. And we have communities of our leadership, and then we have the communities of the people of Mama and Papa in the village. And the information that goes to these two communities is very, very different. I think that going forward, we need to define our leadership communities I'm glad to see Honorable here with us. But we need, as a community of pharmaceuticals, be able to be on a quarterly schedule with his community, his committee, just to have conversations with them. We don't have to always have a problem, or we don't always have to be seeking for finance, or we don't always have to be pushing something. We need to be able to have a conversation with them ongoing, so that from what Dr. Ziadia has just said here, we would hear from them, because they're listening to a huge array of people, and we're only listening to pharmaceuticals. So we need to have a conversation. We need to make sure that we are on their quarterly agenda. Someday we're going to go sit with them for 1 hour and just brief them on what is happening in the entire playing field. Because first and foremost, that's not their job. They have the other communities which I want to go to next. If we can brief them quarterly, then in turn, when they go back to their other communities, they can start throwing little snippets at them, so that they can also be in anticipation. Conversations between media and the rest of the population, when something COVID comes up and all of a sudden there are all the sound bites about you must get a vaccine, you must get a vaccine, that communication does not go that well. But if we start tomorrow, which is what you want to do, if we start tomorrow and we go to the House Parliamentary Committee on Health, and we start talking with them and say we want to be on your agenda quarterly, and we have all of these groups. We have pharmaceuticals, we have doctors, we have nurses, and we just want to have conversations with you. We're not asking for a budget, we're not asking for anything. We could start those kinds of discussions, and in turn, those discussions could go to our second community, which is the grassroots communities, because they'll be listening to somebody that they trust. And in this business of public health communication, there must be trust. If there is no trust, forget the message. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Adrian, as you answer that question, I would also like to add one more question. Do you think our pharmaceutical manufacturing associations have a focus? Have we already chosen something that we want to focus on, and or where we want to start, as you answer the previous question as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to elaborate more on it, and I think, please, this time around, allow me to take a little while longer, because there were many questions raised to my colleague here that were actually supposed to be raised to me. Maybe let me clarify on them as well to come to that. So the first question regarding involvement of the public into the mentality of accepting local production and its qualities. This is something we cannot do alone as industry. However, when we are developing drugs as an industry, it's a development plan that we structure that ends with the end user. So we put that implication in mind. Though we tend to have media with the narratives and the perceptions of people that divert ideologies to something else. An example I can bring here to explicitly explain this point is when the government of Uganda recently chose to partner with the Day Biopharma and support the development of a vaccine plant. This did not come well to some parties in the media. But I want to, I mean in the general public, but I want to enlighten to you that in Africa, ideally, and I think in most of the countries in Southeast Asia, there is no company that woke up one day to set up a vaccine plant without government support, at least for the majority that I know of. And secondly, the development of vaccines, yes, it has to be commercial at some point, but mainly for us as African states, it's something that we should guarantee for our supply of security of vaccines in our country. Whether the investment is high to some extent, it may sound alarming, but this is your security as a nation. So if you do not invest in your security, how are you going to let alone complain that the Europeans are keeping vaccines to themselves, etc.? It can come to that point. So when the media narrates a story that is negative about a project, the whole basis as to why the project is being set up becomes, can I call it the objective is disoriented in the general public. And this destroys the whole perception. Even when a product is made, people may think it does not have the quality necessary because of the prehistoric talk. So in this case, I would recommend people to talk about things they know about, especially when they are they can bring controversy. So for me, I really thank government for taking this initiative, because it is giving us at least the ability to control our production within the country. It is giving us the supply security for vaccines in the future. And also we can able to control our costs by maybe finding ways of using optimal means of productions that are under our control than buying elsewhere where we do not have a bargaining power to do that. So these are initiatives that we start in collaboration with government and later impact society, and then the society accepts what you do. That's in my way of explaining that. Then the other concern was about the association, that does it really have a road mapping plan that is leading to something developmental in the country? I'm going to begin by giving you the history of the Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association. It started in 2011, and it is also a member of the Federation of the East African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, where I personally have taken part in the ES Secretariat meetings actually, not even one, to discuss policies like the East African Pharma Bill that is upcoming. I was part of that meeting that engaged in discussions on it. And also the Federation of East African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers represents us at the African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Forum under the African Union, where they start to develop the African Union Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Road Plan. I think our colleague from African CDC knows it. However, we've also participated as Ugandan pharmaceutical manufacturers in the development of the second regional pharmaceutical manufacturing plan of action, which you talked about. And through that, we were trying to tackle the challenge of import substitution, where we advised government that in order to do import substitution, we must create subsidies for local manufacturers to be able to compete with importers. For example, importers import products with zero tax levies. Then you, who's a manufacturer in your country, you have to pay corporate tax, you have to pay other kind of taxes. Then on top of that, a manufacturer in India is given export subsidies, he's given free land, he's given power cuts to a level of at least 5 cents at a dollar. Yet here I'm operating an industry with operational costs of 12 cents per kilowatt hour of electricity. So it makes him have more favorable subsidies that even when he comes in your country, you give him a tax holiday of 10 years as an investor with zero taxation because he's improving access to the medicine. But what are you gaining? Nothing. That is why, as an association, we lobbied that in order to grow our sector, by then we had around 6 industries in the association. We lobbied for the inclusion, for the bringing up of a 12% taxation levy on 37 products in order to limit their importation in Uganda and allow our pharma industry to grow. And I can guarantee you that from that period, from 2017 up to now, we have had a drastic growth in our industry. NDA recently made a study in which it analyzed only 8 products in 4 companies, and it found out that there was capacity growth of 8.2% from 2017 to 2020. Us in the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Association, we analyzed that from the introduction of that 12% taxation levy that kind of curbed the importation of products to enable our local industry to grow, we managed to move from at least 6 companies in the country to currently around 22 factories with GMP standards that are set up. And the investments in the sector have risen from the past averaging of around maybe $45 million to right now we are going above the cap. We're actually nearing $400 million of investments in the sector. So this shows you that when you give a local manufacturer incentives, they can grow. And in this growing, improve access to medicines. One of the examples of price cuttings that local manufacturing helped to support, before we were importing what we call large volume parental products, and our 500 ml bottle used to cost around 2,800 shillings. But when we supported an industry to set up locally, it was able to cut the price to 850 shillings. On top of that, I can even give you another report. This was done by McKinsey Foundation in the US. It did the study in Ethiopia. And it found out that when you support local manufacturers with the incentives they need, they can improve access and actually even lower the price, yet meeting quality. And from their study, they found out that local manufacturing can cut costs by an average of 15% from an imported product. So it shows us that if we listen to these people and cooperate with them, they are able to produce. And those are some of the achievements we have been pushing as the Manufacturing Association. So at the moment, we are lobbying for more inclusivity with the government, and I'm happy that my colleague from National Planning Authority has called me to discuss further with them how to put the agenda of pharmaceutical manufacturing in the National Development Plan for Uganda. But we've been cooperating a lot with the Ministry of Trade. We've been cooperating with the National Drug Authority. Sometimes we've been having discussions still with the Ministry of Health. However, what I can clarify to you where the difference comes, in planning an agenda for pharmaceutical manufacturing, it's not the same as planning an agenda for the regular manufacturing industry of maybe juice or sugar. They are very different. An agenda of manufacturing in pharma to be realized, it has to have a strategy that needs to be given time to grow. And for you to develop that strategy as a policymaker, it is a bit hard. It's actually with the association members who can actually develop a strategy that can be practically realizable. That is why we've lobbied with the government that we need to have a stake where we have our decisions on board. Because if we explain them to people, when they sit on cabinet, they will fail to explain them. You go in a meeting, discuss something with someone, maybe he has to present it to cabinet. They reach to cabinet to request to see the president over it. And it can be a bit ambiguous because it's more technical. However, when you look at countries that have accepted the impact of pharma, they have actually segregated the pharmaceutical sector away from other industries in order to give it the mandate to develop the country. Because when you give the sector of pharma a development strategy, it is going to chain your country's manufacturing into a commercial scale and into the capacity that can meet the needs of your country. This was applied in Bangladesh at one point where they were having imports of close to 90% in the country. And because of restructuring a given sector to handle only manufacturing, they were able to cut imports up to 90%. At the moment, Bangladesh is looking to even compete with India in markets in South America and even in Africa. They've even set up some other subsidiary plants in Kenya. So in India, the same initiative was done. They developed a committee, which is the Pharma Excel Committee, that handles the exports of companies in India. It is funded by government, and it has increased exports of India. Right now, India exports close to $30 billion of, it has close to a $30 billion market of its products, where it exports close maybe to $25 billion. So if we want to develop our sector, we need our sector in pharma, we need to let people in the manufacturing areas with a mandate to do a roadmap. The same way we planned a roadmap for the 12%, and for the past at least 10 years, it has created an impact, which we pushed through the East African Community Secretariat and also with the National Drug Authority. So that answers that. Then we had another question here which was raised regarding the involvement of academia in collaboration with industry. The mandate we have in Uganda, the academic section is really governed by the Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda. However, when we go to the applicability of skills we need in industry, there are things which I would like to clarify that must work in tandem. If you are going to, for example, educate a neurologist to handle a given surgical operation, and then you send him to a hospital where the equipment is supposed to use is inexistent, the skills of that neurologist won't be realized. So the challenge we have in the country is, much as we want skills in the industrial sector, those industrial skills must be developed with advisor from the industrial sector. But the advice the industrial sector will give you, it will have nothing to back up the funding and implementation of the equipment necessary to develop those skills in the public institutes of education. So that's where we need to restructure. So in all this, it comes down to funding. Is government ready to fund the institutes to with equipment necessary, professors who are skilled in the skills needed in our industrial sector? This can take time. But as long as government is not ready to do that, we shall not realize it. So this is also pointing to you the need for government involvement with stakeholders in planning, ideally long-term planning for a nation. India has done that. I've been to an institute where I was invited. I think it's called NEPAC, something like that. I've forgotten the name. But the one thing I admired about that institute is they bring professors from different countries to train Indians in pharmaceutical manufacturing. It's like a center of excellence in pharmaceutical manufacturing. And here in Africa, our neighbor Rwanda is having the chance to develop a vaccine hub. And I know there is another one which was started in South Korea when we had the COVID pandemic. WHO set up these initiatives, but we won't be able to profit from them if we do not set up equipment that is necessary. At least for us as Uganda, who are now planning to do vaccine production, we can send students to those vaccine hubs, knowing that when they come out, they are going to apply their skills at this place. So that's, for me, how I see collaboration can be quite realizable, and its impact can be seen within society. The other challenge which I want to talk about, somebody talked of the legalities of the associations in the country. The presence of these associations, actually, they are legally registered. They operate with the stakeholders in government. And regarding where they are taking a nation, one of the things I've learned from my growth in career and development is that you can never get anywhere you want if you have bad governance. The key to taking you in a direction that you need to go into has to start with good governance. So when you have good governance in an institution, maybe even an association, as long as you have 2 or 3 people who understand the direction that needs to be taken, they will drive the rest of the people together. And I'm happy for the management that we are having in UPMA. We are not funded by government, but at least we understand the objectives and the direction we need to take. So now I can imagine if at all government was funding us, wouldn't we be able to realize more other impactful agendas within the public? So regarding the governance, I'm happy with the governance we are having. And we are having an agenda of uniting all manufacturers in the country, developing them to a given roadmap, because what we are going to face in the future, we do have what we call a liberal market in Uganda, whereby people come in, produce things, this one is making that. It ends up bringing a competitive environment between members, that can actually in the future crush industries, to my view, what I can see in my assumption. So you need a body like an association to guide members what is viable to produce. For example, Kenya has around 54 companies. Uganda, which used to have 6 companies, has 24 companies. Tanzania is also increasing the number of companies. Rwanda and Burundi, which never had any, have developed at least 3 companies by now. So if we are having a market which is maybe, let me average it at maybe 1.5 billion, just approximating that to that. So when you have too many players, they become inoperational in order of utilization of their capacities. And that over time, some tend to close. But the reasons as to why companies close, it's because the people who are developing the policy do not have an agenda. There is no roadmap being created for them to see that it is worth investing their money into. So one of the things that we are trying to drive as UPMA is to get deeper in engagements with government so that we make an agenda that actually makes our country really makes our industry and industries utilizable in capacity, in skills building, and also in socioeconomic development of the country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adrian. And at this point, allow me to open it to the room. If we have questions or additions to our panelists, this is our time. Thank you.
So I'll give an opportunity to at least 3 people plus me. So that makes it 4. Let me start with. Don't rebel you, me.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. The issue is access to financing. How do we enable startups to access financing readily, but also at affordable rates? Sometimes people go for commercial loans, and before you know it, they're in the middle of the ocean. Interest rates are higher. What opportunities are out there in terms of development, loans from development banks, from IFC and so forth? And I think that's where the developed world is able to start quickly, to live their dreams, live their aspirations. While here you have to mortgage, you have to call a clan meeting and so forth. If you're not very lucky to be on the right side of government, you'll not see your dreams being realized. The issue of vested interests, I am just thinking, if we developed a malaria vaccines, is it in the best interest of Quality Chemicals or CIPLA? I'm just thinking aloud that whenever there's an advancement in technology, when a new door is open, you're shutting another door. Is it in their best interest? We have seen several times big pharma flying in with a private jet and influencing certain decisions in the low-income countries. And even here, there are some bills that are frustrated. They don't even go to the first trimester or second trimester because they are protecting some. Well, I don't want to go into some of the politics of parliament, but you sometimes see something being shot down before it's even discussed because it affects some people who live downstream. Thank you.
I have seen that so many times. There's someone behind some of those things. Yarid.
Thank you for all the panelists. Just I would like to raise 2 points. One is to provide information regarding what Dr. Adrian raised on the Africa CDC Sinobol program. I think there are 6 major divisions under African CDC. Vaccine manufacturing came late in the last 2 years, and as you raised, emergency preparedness and response is one of the biggest division, which is there, starting from its establishment in 2007. And there are 6 bold programs. And story after COVID just raise, the issue of vaccine manufacturing locally, because we have limited access to available vaccines and technologies, related supplies. Otherwise, emergency preparedness and response is this a big department working with all member states in issues related with emergency and related issues and access to vaccines. And there are other 6 bold programs like disease prevention, working on national public health institute. There are 6 bold programs just to provide information. The second one is to reflect my concern on policy environment. I politely disagree with the opinion that we have appropriate policies and procedures regarding local procedures that support local pharmaceutical manufacturing. Yes, we can say that there are policies, but in my view, these articulated policies and procedures are not enough. And we look at the policies around the continent, I think in my view there are about 13 or 15 countries who crafted specifically policies to support local pharmaceutical manufacturing. And if you see the policies, the content within the policies at the different support package, there are variations, even that you can comment on. And tax exemptions, in availing dedicated industrial zone for pharmaceutical production. Only 2 countries in the continent have such things in the policy. And it's better if we say we can also look into our policies, even the policies with regard to give and take, and when regional integration, even to support export product from one country to the other. There are limitations in our policies. Even though we look at the time when we developed our policies, it's a recent phenomenon, the past 10 years. So I think there need to be improvement. We need to advocate even for those countries who do not have dedicated policies that support local pharmaceutical manufacturing. And in fact, we can agree that the policies are there, but the implementation is also a challenge. When you look at the implementation, we have developed one document, but there is no dedicated resource for the implementation. That's also the biggest challenge. What the resource means? Is there any office who can implement that policy? We doubt. Is there any sufficient financial resource to advocate, to work with by its nature, local pharmaceutical industry is a multi-stakeholders affair. You look at in a given country, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Trade, and other stakeholders. This local manufacturers association need to work with all these stakeholders. And somewhere we need to have a kind of implementation office with the required resource to implement the already crafted policy. And that is also a challenge. We have, even we didn't review our policies. Just we have a 10-year policy, might be a 5-year, but we need to have a mid-year review after 2 years, after 3 years of implementation. Where we are is a challenge. If we review it, on time, I think we can adjust what's happening, for the next remaining years. And thank you. This was my reflections.
Thank you. The policies are there.
Thank you. I just had a few reflections that I would want you to comment about. One is what we are calling the local manufacturing, and which I'm assuming is led by the local private sector. From my few interactions with the pharma sector and who is behind the manufacturing, I cannot really distinguish if it is local manufacturing or whether it is Indian manufacturing, which is in Uganda or Kenya. Taking the example of Rwanda, I do think if biotech coming with the investment from Germany and all the key personnel, technologies, Germany, I'm quite hesitant whether I should call that one local manufacturing in Rwanda. And my question is, from your experience, because I see that most of you have the experience, how is the picture? And how do we see the participation of the local investors, the Ugandan investors, the Kenyan investors. I'm not trying to be to go into the divisionism, but I want really to see that happen, because when we have these investments, I know it costs a lot of money, but when they come in and all the profit keeps going back, maybe that's why we remain in the same circle. Are you satisfied with the investment? Do we have really the local private sector into this sector, or we should be adding the same billions of investment to the ones of India? My other question is on the, coming from civil society, my background is civil society, I'm struggling, I think, with the same challenge that Agri was talking about. Again, when you engage with the private sector, which is looking at the profit and maximizing profit, but also knowing that our countries are still dependent on aid, you're wondering if we invested in this and encouraged local production, local manufacturing, would it have some benefit in the end to finance health financing, to make sure that our countries are able to support their own development and be able to mitigate the influence that we have? Because as you said, if someone who is buying the medicines is still coming from where the big pharma are, I have certain meetings where someone says, I'm going to fund this, but what is there? What's the market? And if you end up allowing all the country procurement to the big pharma, then there's still a lot of influence, and it's still interconnected, because who is funding the big pharma? There's still a lot of influence. So I would want to know, if we are to take a case, do we have any case study that could show in our region again that if we advocated that maybe the consumption at the consumer level is still high when you are starting, but eventually if we encourage local production and advocate for financing of local manufacturing and advocate for the right policies, in the end, the common mwananchi who wants to access medicine is going to access affordable medicine in a sustainable way, but also be able to have all the freedoms to make your own decision and governance and everything. Do we have any case study that I could look into? Thank you so much.
Wow. Do you insist on getting the mic? Okay, let me just give you a second.
No, it does not have to be answered, and it's just an opinion. And now that we have the industry actors in this space, sometimes we throw stones, sometimes we seek reconciliation, because we need each other. And you guys have foot on the side of things that we want to get into, so we need to talk to you nicely so that we can get to the other side of things. So I know there are so many challenges, and the masters that both sides serve are different. And the side that we are serving, the people who are supposed to be our patrons and supporting us to get the best, sometimes don't do as much as they should. And your side, I think the pharmaceutical industry actors, you know, the loyalty and accountability is to the shareholding. And of course, they also have the public interest, but the primary interest is getting the best for the people who invest in the companies. And that's something that we have to live with. So for those good-hearted ones that are sitting in front of us, the others who are probably not as benevolent as you are, how do we find now, because we know we live in this space, we can make all the profits we need to make, but at what cost? And that cost is one thing that we don't want to contemplate, because we saw what happened and everybody gets impacted. So how do we use the allies on your side to create balanced policies? And I think somebody talked about where we need, it was Dennis, we talked about we must have a balance. And of course, for you to have the balance, I know we have to talk to both sides of the divide. And for the pharmaceutical industry actors, I know the biggest push is always against regulation. And without regulation, you have to rely on the goodwill of people in the place. And the goodwill sometimes is not guaranteed, it's not accountable. So how do we have a scenario where you work with the government, we create policies that also make government invest and create an enabling environment for you. But then there's a guaranteed framework that the benefits that accrues from this are passed on to the citizens. And that would require some regulation so that if you're not there, the person who formulated it, the person who comes after you does not have the leeway to reverse that. So that's what I struggle with, and it would be good to hear from players how we can reach such a level of compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor, you want to be the sixth? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, the panelists and the audience. I just want to raise something just for your thought, especially in an area I'm familiar with, reproductive justice. Reproductive justice. One of the challenges women in sub-Saharan Africa, maybe southernmost developed countries, face, and even men, there's a challenge of infertility. Infertility. And we know there are treatments. Why doesn't Big Pharma or all these other pharmaceutical companies find great interest in investing in innovations for tackling infertility? That's very important to me. Secondly, we also know that the majority of our women, especially the rural and upper poor women, do not access and utilize contraceptives, largely because of fear of side effects. And they find that they are using two products, for example, the Norplant and the Depo-Provera. Depo-Provera was banned in the US by the Food and Drug Administration, but because of its convenience of use, in light of the inequitable gender relations in our rural areas, the women have to use them even when they have those serious side effects. How far, if at all, has the pharmaceutical company, multinational pharmaceutical companies, gone in developing a safer pill? And finally, when we talk about contraception, a few years back there was a talk about development of a male contraceptive. How far has that gone? As I conclude, is it because it is not profitable business to invest in this? Or, like other neglected tropical challenges, this is not an issue?
So many questions to you. And then the last one is for me. I think that in all this, there must be some level of... So, okay, all of us are speaking from where we're coming from, and I come from the media space. I come from the communication space. One of the things that is very critical in this whole conversation of vaccine manufacturing is an issue of advocacy. We can have so many proposals made in this room, and then we just go back home and we be with our families and life goes on. I think it's increasingly becoming important to involve media in this conversation so that we can hold our leaders accountable. The Honorable Member of Parliament here chairs the Health Committee. If I know that Parliament is doing budgeting and the Ministry of Health has presented its ministerial policy statement for the financial year, I am able to actually reach out through to him and say, look, in our the National Planning Authority, these are some of the issues that we are focusing on. How comes the budget does not necessarily reflect what is in our national planning, the national agenda? And how can we actually bring up that conversation? Because before Parliament passes this budget, the Health Committee debates it. And therefore they can make proposals to amend and to channel money in a given direction. When Honorable here lives here and goes back to the house, he's so swamped. Imagine the health sector. He chairs committee after committee meeting, committee after committee meeting. You know, everyone is lobbying, everyone is advocating. He's so swamped that he could, you know, have manufacturing and pharmaceuticals at his heart, but he needs to constantly be reminded to look and say, look, this happened. Can we actually follow up? Can we actually, we get the opportunity of interviewing the people in power so many times in our different airspaces. And so I think that we have to, as a team here, agree that part of advocacy for whatever we are pushing for, the media plays a central part in holding our leaders accountable. Otherwise, it remains documents, it remains policies, it remains plans, and there's no person to actually follow them up. So I just wanted also to mention that even when we are planning and having these conversations, the central bit of advocacy cannot be overemphasized, and leveraging on the power of the media spaces is something that we can think about. Also, I wanted to just make a short comment on Dr. Kagaba's question of, do we have an example in Africa where, you know, this has been successful? Through you, Chair, I had an opportunity of visiting Quality Chemicals during this project. Of course, there is an investor who came, and then government, I think Dr. Yume rightfully said that, you know, government was convinced to invest money. And so it was a sort of a partnership. You know better about Quality Chemicals because I think they're your members. But what we have seen Quality Chemicals do is going into mass production, and they have invested. I mean, if you visit that plant, you will be amazed at what's happening there. And what really amazed me most is that we had 96% of the people who were working in that factory at both senior level and, you know, normal casual level, Ugandans. In the labs, they have a section of labs where they do a lot of testing. How many of us in the room have visited Quality Chemicals by a show of hands? Okay, they're about, Dr. Yume, have you visited Quality Chemicals? Yeah. So many of you know clearly what I'm talking about. That is just a classic example of what can happen when the state works with the private sector. And through that, we've been able to produce ARVs, anti-malarial, Lumatem, that are easily accessed by Ugandans. Even when you go to, you know, to, for example, hospitals, Lumatem is subsidized, and in some places it's given out for free. ARVs in this country are so subsidized, but also in some areas given out for free. I don't know how the economies works, the economics and everything, but what I know is that Quality Chemicals is a classic example of what can happen. And also we've seen technology transfer. Ugandans are being trained to actually run the factory. If you go to the whole machinery, and from the point of, you know, getting the equipment installed, like the installation bit now, the running of the machines, the packaging, like I'm just so proud. Quality Chemicals is one of the companies that makes me so proud as a Ugandan. And it has been certified WHO Maturity Level 3, which is quite really a great space that you could visit. I have the CEO's number, so I can organize for you to visit before you go, so that you can just have an experience. But thank you very much. I'm not a panelist, I'm so sorry, but over to you.
Okay, let me respond to the questions you've raised. The first question was about how do we access funds and the available options. I want to really testify that I'm one of the people who have been disappointed by our banking system when it comes to funding, especially the pharma sector. Maybe they don't have money, but what disappointed me the most is the lack of understanding of actually what we do. It is easy for me to tell them that I'm making books and I'm going to sell this book at this price, and they accept and support that. But when I talk about pharma, they will it's a subject which is hard for them to understand and extremely hard for them to even agree to finance. So in Pharma, we really face a lot of difficulties regarding that. And the only way we can be saved is when we have government interventions. That is why when you look at companies that have made the mark in Uganda, they had a government footing from the start. Another example I can give you in that category, during the pandemic, India used to buy most of its APIs from China. At the moment, Indian manufacturers cannot invest in API manufacturing because it is expensive. So what the government did, it created a fund of $10 billion and set up a roadmap that in 40 years, we want to have, they classified around 10 molecules. We want to have APIs of these 10 molecules produced. So that fund gave an accessibility to the manufacturers to really now put in the urge of utilizing that fund to develop the APIs. And they will realize this and export these APIs. So if we are to support manufacturing in Uganda as a country, government has to come up and set up a fund that supports long-term manufacturing and at an affordable rate. Otherwise, commercial banks are not going to do that. Their rates are high. And the few development banks we are having here, it's hard to really access their funding, maybe due to the understanding of what we do. Then the second question was about if we develop a vaccine for malaria, won't it affect CIPLA? Won't we close down our CIPLA factory? I want to inform you that in manufacturing, our benefit is usually the person being better. We may like the money, but the end user's life is what matters the most. Otherwise, if I sell a poor quality product and it's not treating people, people won't buy it. So, and the developments change over time. So the question here is not really about whether we are developing a vaccine for malaria, whether we are worried about shutting down the operations of CIPLA, because CIPLA as a company can transform to something else. But the core question would be, in this case, of the two products, which is more or better at eradicating a disease? We could be producing antimalarials in CIPLA, and we are meeting maybe a development of resistance. And over time, we are not going to be able to rely on those drugs and have to invent new ones. What if the vaccine is the solution to that? So we cannot close up the development of the vaccine thinking we are going to dismantle the operations of another operational company, because the end of the results is what we are targeting. We are targeting to see what is a better effective treatment. So if the vaccine is the better effective treatment, then we switch to that. So that's, I think, what would have been the most appropriate answer to that. Then somebody raised the question that we have local companies. They leave India and come and set up here, and they become Indian companies in Uganda or in Kenya or in Tanzania. And where are the benefits for us as local people? This has to start with policy. When I was in North Africa, they have, at least in the country I was in, they have around 250 pharma companies. But there is a policy in that nation that at least 3% of top management has to be foreigners. The rest of the operators have to be nationals. When you look at countries in the Middle East, they also have a policy which limits foreigners mainly to top management to a percentage of 1 to 2%. The point here should be that we need to develop that policy and ensure it is implemented. However, even when you are running a factory using expatriates, the charges become high. He has given you an example of CIPLA. At the start of CIPLA, it had many Indians. But when you go there right now, you will find maybe 3 or 4 out of around 200 operators that are local. And of recent, I've been doing an assessment of local manufacturers myself. And wherever I was engaging with the MDAs, I was advocating them to support the inclusivity of local people. And the majority of industries that I personally assessed on myself, personally, by myself, I found an average of mainly 3 or only 4 Indians. And the rest of the operators are actually Ugandans. So we are really giving jobs to the Ugandans, And we are also building skills in industry to the for Ugandans. Then there is a question regarding that the question here, which was raised by our colleagues, inquiring if local manufacturing will help address local access to medicines at affordable prices. I had earlier answered this, and I gave you an example of a company that set up here and it reduced the prices of parental drugs from around 2,800 shillings to 850. And it has been able to supply at least 99% of the needs of parentals in the country. And I can give you another example. No, anyway, that's quite enough. Even Cipla is another example company. It's able to supply all the needs of antiretrovirus drugs that we need. So local manufacturing, when you support them with the incentives that they do ask of you, it will be able to improve accessibility. It will be able to give you a cost-efficient product because you've supported them. They are giving back something to you. It's not like when you are buying elsewhere from another country, you have to incur freight charges, maybe taxes on importation, and you cannot negotiate with the other people because you are not buying many products. Those are the challenges we used to face now in purchasing vaccines. You would go to Pfizer, put an order maybe of 50 million vials, and somebody's buying 500 million. They won't listen to you. They will focus on the other. But when you have a plant set up for your local production, it prioritizes you. Actually, when we had the lockdown during the COVID pandemic, and India had cut the export of some of the supplies here. In Uganda, we never ran out of paracetamol. We never ran out of azithromycin. Local manufacturers stepped in and filled the gap. NDA will testify to you over that. There was no gap, yet exports had been limited. So it is able, but you must enable it too. If you do not enable it with policies and incentives required, then it becomes hard for them to meet that objective. Then there's somebody who said that, do manufacturers
Yes, please. Yes, could you please allow the other panelists to at least tackle some of the questions?
I actually thought all of them went to him. Okay. I just took some quick notes here on the issue on financing, and I was just thinking very quickly about some things I've done. But I also listened to what Solomon just said here. A few years ago, I happened to have led a multinational company through two very interesting countries. I can only tell you that one of them was in West Africa and the other one was in Asia. In West Africa, we got in, and in 3 days, we had documents signed by the minister, took it to the PM's office, signed, and we got back on the plane and we left. We went back to DC. 2 months after we got on the plane, we flew to Asia. At this country, we sat there for 1 whole month. The people read every line and they said, no, this does not fit our country. You need to change this. This does not fit our country. Same program, by the way. The reason why I throw in that example is because there was money behind it, but these people were actually taking the time to make a decision as to where the money was going to go to benefit them as a country. They did not just see money. They actually saw, yes, you guys are bringing all of this money in, but how does it match with what us as a country need, and how are we going to direct that money to where we need it to be? So there is money out there. I think, again, it goes back to what I said earlier on. We need to be on Honorable Ayume's group once every quarter so that we're having discussions with them so that they are informed, so that when some of these groups come into the country, they're not going to call us overnight to have a meeting in the morning, but they're pre-informed so that they can say, yeah, this sounds good, But today, CIPLA is at this point, we need more money to be able to move them from point A to point B, without even CIPLA being in the room, because CIPLA had been in the room. The other thing around financing and talking about the local manufacturers, I had a discussion just a few years ago with the insurance companies. And just like you said, they actually thought, you're talking about banking, I'm talking about the insurance companies. They thought I was totally crazy. I said to the insurance companies, I said, you know, the whole idea of insurance is pool of risk. What we want to do now is, let's do some subsidies to the local manufacturers, use more of their drugs, drop our pricing on people who are signing up to be in our company. I don't know, the companies here, Britam and those kinds of guys who are insuring people. But then they could have contracts with the facilities that are using and say, for more of CIPLA products, for more of qualities products, for more of this is what your rates are going to be, and this is what your return is going to be. That conversation needs to be started, and it needs to actually be done. I started having this conversation with the insurance companies, and they looked at me like, this man, you're not good for business. But it's a conversation that needs to be started, because it's a win-win for everybody. Today, people are going to have a malaria test, and then they're going to go buy something out there which might not work. And then they have to go and buy another drug. If they get into these kinds of relationships with the manufacturers, they don't have to pay 2-3 times for medications that you're buying from whatever pharmacies you're buying them from. But at the same time, both the manufacturer and the insurance companies are going to be able to make some money out of that. But also, there is a new game in town, the PPP, the private-public partnership. That's another game that is in town that we could actually use to be able to make some money, and therefore get government to be able to help, get the investors to be able to come in, and everybody could clearly see where they're going to with that. This business of infertility, I alluded to it earlier on. I happen to have spent a lot of my time on that side of the continent where this is a real question. But I'm going to tell you the true political answer, and my name could suddenly become Trump after this. The birth rate in the Big North and in Europe has dropped to close to 1.5. And the birth rate in Latin America and Africa still is getting closer to 5. So there is really no big incentive there for them to be able to say, you know what, this is something that, on the contrary, what can we do to increase the birth rate in Europe and in North America than we're worried about the fertility problem in Africa? Thank you.
I would like to talk about 2 issues. I think they were both raised by, no, 2 were raised by Dr. Ayume, then the third, I think, was raised by Dr. Kagaba. So the first is the issue of the malaria vaccine. Dr. Ayume, what you're saying is true. And I'm going to share what I noticed the time I was in Europe. We refer a lot to Big Pharma, but if we really take time to understand how they do business, it's a lot of key insights for us to learn. What Big Pharma does, Big Pharma has a division just on marketing intelligence. What's the work of that division? They are always looking out for any announcements being made across China, across Japan. What is the government talking about with respect to healthcare? What reforms are changing? What new financing is coming in place? Why? They have to make sure they're always in the room to understand government's agenda. And it's a department, that's all it does. Then, when they're sitting in the room, they're like, okay, this is your agenda. When we go back to draft our value proposition to bring for you Coartem. Yes, I'm saying Coartem can cure malaria, but how does it also fit into your agenda, whatever it is around the disease called malaria? That is 1. 2, there's the same marketing intelligence department is always surveying what new innovations are coming up. There are so many startups in these countries, technology startups, new drug entities, that some of them are actually going to be creating a very strong competitive, they're going to bring a strong competitive force to the incumbent medicines on the market. So Big Pharma actually goes and they create for them a hub. And they're like, you know what? We have this hub, come, continue with your research. We are going to fund you. Why? They're using those very same ideas to fund their pipeline because they're always thinking, what new product do we have to get on the market in the next 10 years? This one is going to be losing patent. We need a new product on the market. So to answer Dr. Ayume's question, yes, your point is very valid. There will be people who are actually trying to fight against you entering the market. That is very valid. But I think also it begins with, first of all, establishing a criteria for what vaccine to focus on and why. Because there are some vaccines that already have sufficient supply. The Indian manufacturers are making them. They have very good, they have low prices. You really can't compete if you're just getting into the space. And it might not make sense to focus on them. But there will be other vaccines, they could be more endemic to our region, the global, they have limited global attention, but you find a few funders, maybe Bill and Melinda Gates is funding a lot of this space at the moment. You find a few funders interested in that conversation, and that could be, okay, as much as this is our highest disease burden, it doesn't make sense to compete with the big players. We honestly won't win. However, we also have another aspect where we really have a competitive advantage. There are few suppliers, meaning we have constraints in access because of the few suppliers, and we can actually enter this space and engage with the interested parties on a global landscape. Because there'll be those areas which are really in Africa's interest. The other countries are not interested in them. And then we prioritize that one as an entry point. But in addition to that, even though we decide to get malaria as a vaccine, with respect to what I shared about Big Pharma, most of the products we see on the market, these pharmaceutical companies are a group of companies. If it's in diabetes, they're giving you the diabetic drug, they're giving you the diabetic supplement, which is now a preventive, because it'll be like, make sure you increase on your intake of maybe anti-cholesterol supplement to reduce on your chances of getting diabetes. It's the same company. They have the preventive measure on the market, they have the curative measure on the market, but it's one company. And they're benefiting from both economic dynamics. So even though we said it's malaria, the question would be, what would be the interest of CIPLA in this vaccine? Where do they benefit economically? They could actually be on board. Even they are giving a curative, but they have an area here of interest to them. So that is what I would like to talk about, that fact that, yes, we have to establish a criteria of where to start, but also ask the people who might create a barrier, what is their interest? Can we work with them? Because it is possible. Big Pharma does it. They have curatives and they have preventives on the same company, and they're on the market and they're making money. Then the other issue I would talk about would be the issue of access to finance. I think Dr. Chivumbi talked about how the banks don't understand the pharma economics, so funding is an issue. But I would like to put it in the Ugandan context. I think in Uganda, if someone even has more information, you could just correct me a bit. But I remember for the longest time, His Excellency was backing for funding of the agriculture sector, but the banking sector was not understanding the agriculture economics. They were not interested in offering microloans to farmers. There was always a question about, the climate issues, weather changes, how sure are we that you're actually going to be able to, get back our loans and all that. But initiatives began in the banking sector to understand how does the agriculture sector work. And it started more from I think it's still more being funded by the microfinance sector, not mainly the big banking institutions, but I think I'm speaking with respect to the fact that we can push the agenda of how does the pharmaceutical economic environment work for people to understand the business better. Because even the development finance institutions, even though they have the money, they need to understand your economics and the bankability of your deal before they give you the money. Which goes to another point I wanted to bring across with access to finance. And I'll still go back to the issue I talked about, market intelligence. There are so many public announcements ongoing right now, or so many initiatives coming up to fund vaccine manufacturing. But I think it's very easy to miss them if someone is not just looking at that. And even the startups that could have the capability, they may not know how to access this financing because maybe they have not been doing enough research. But also, most importantly, preparation of business cases remains a very big issue. Someone, you have a great idea, you're given a platform, but you cannot negotiate and convince why. You were not ready for the different dynamics of that discussion. You have not done your numbers, and there's a need even just to prepare potential startups to be able to access these platforms. Because some of them, the money is there, but people get their deals on table, and they don't understand, you're not answering so many questions, and that's how the opportunity is missed. So for startups in this space, I know in Uganda right now, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, they have a fund supporting startups. It could be part of their agenda, specifically with respect to this subject today. Do an ecosystem mapping. What I know is people are there, but sometimes they don't know, the decision makers don't know how to reach them, and even them, they don't know how to reach them. But they are there. There are small startups there. Get to hear what they have, even giving them capacity building on how can you bring a deal on table that is worth to be listened to. What factors do you need to start, preparing them in that space? Then my last, I think, feedback would go to Dr. Kagaba. He talked about, do we have an, you asked about a case study, but also it was you had the question about, how a country is really investing in these deals, and it's actually a cost-saving initiative for governments, especially our African governments that will continue to struggle with, access to finance even for our own national needs. But I'll still talk about Big Pharma. I think for me, Big Pharma taught me a lot of how they do business. Big Pharma does not go to government when they have not given you a value proposition of how it's helping your agenda. And in most of the conversations here we have, yes, we're pushing the pharma to be invested in, but we need to understand. Professor Songo is talking about if Dr. Ayume can give space for us to understand what is on the priorities of the healthcare for this nation. We need to understand, because if I'm going to draft my value proposition to push the agenda of vaccine manufacturing, I need to at least, in one way or the other, ask, how does this agenda create a positive spillover effect to those concerns, in case they're not given financing, but we are? And that's how Big Pharma does it. Their value proposition has, yes, quality, efficacy, safety. They've understood the pricing needs of the government, but they're understanding where is their headache, that our product is going to help you to meet your needs. And I feel like if we don't really put also emphasis on that, we shall continue saying, oh, the government is not committed. But sometimes even them, they think, okay, we have this, we can't. Give them a reason why. Then maybe we continue pushing, but they can see the economics behind why this initiative is helping us even create positive impact. It may not even be just in health, it could be creating positive impact in other sectors. We have so many, at least if I can look at Uganda, we always approach a firefighting approach with respect to the management of our public health emergencies. What has been the impact of that? If it comes to Ebola, we have had, what was the most recent one we had? Apart from, I think we also had yellow fever recently. It could begin from there. Whenever we have these emergencies, this is how it's crippling the system. This is why we need to go in this direction. So I think that's what I wanted to share to that effect.
In the interest of time, Dr. Wafula, I will direct you to Agre's question, which was, how can we reach a level of compromise after all of this?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so good thing again, last speaker, all the hard questions have been answered. So yeah, protecting the public, and I think that's also exactly what I wanted to talk about, protecting the public interest in this conversation. And how to address that question is, as a lawyer, I will always ask, who do I take to court? Who do I take to court? Who has the responsibility? Who has the obligation? So in my opinion, I think government really has a critical role in this conversation, and how they are able to protect the public interest in this space is now through laws, policies, and regulations. And that's where also answering a question from a participant around, do we actually have enough laws, policies, and regulations in place? And that is where now government really needs to stamp its foot, work together with all the stakeholders to ensure that all the interests are actually balanced within and are within the legal framework, that within the policy framework, and yes, and all the community interests and everything. So if you have any interest, if it does not align with what the policy, doesn't align with the regulation, doesn't align with the law, then you are actually out of that that picture. And yes, I do agree that studies yesterday, or from the conversation here, we've mentioned that actually there are so many policies, laws within our spaces, but that there are still gaps, and these gaps, we are actually pointing to them. We've pointed to a number of the gaps. So the important thing is identifying maybe a civil society, which are the gaps that actually impact on the interests of the civil society in enhancing access and then pushing for that. So that is the point. It's important actually to continue the conversation on enabling legal and policy environment to be able to balance and protect all the interests, and lastly, ensure that as we are working towards local production, the vaccines, the medicines that actually be produced, that we are working towards having them as public goods. I think that's the end goal for most of civil society community activists, that we have these as public goods, easily accessible, affordable to everybody in the community. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to Solomon, I would like to thank each and every one of you, my panelists. You have been stars, and some hard questions were thrown at you, and you have done your very best to enlighten everybody. A lot of issues have been raised, a lot of solutions have also been raised, and a lot of opportunities have been have come out of this discussion that we've had. Solomon has rightfully said, let's involve the media because they have the space to ask the hard questions that we have. We have talked about communities' voices being heard in all the decisions that we're making. We've talked about collaboration and mapping an ecosystem that actually shows us who are the key players involved, what are their roles, how are we going to involve them, and how do we come together to make sure that at the end of everything, our communities have access to efficacious, great quality medicines at affordable prices. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure being your moderator, and over to you, Solomon. Thank you. You can take your seats.
Another round of applause. Mona Lisa, thank you very much. Asanteni sana. All right, let's go for a break. There's tea served. We'll be right back at 1 o'clock to have our closing remarks. And then we'll go for lunch, and then we all go on tour. Kampala, Entebbe, go and swim, do gym. So the program is as follows. We're going for break right now. There's break tea, and we return at 1 o'clock. So we'll spend another 1 hour, 1 to 2, to do the remaining part. And that's more of a communique and adopting the communique from this conference. After that, we'll go for lunch. And after lunch, you'll be free to go on tour and visit, enjoy Uganda. Okay, karibu sana. The tea is served in the lobby that we're in yesterday. We'll be back at 1. Thanks. Yeah, it's midday, right? Yeah. So we'll be back at 1, which is 30 minutes. There's tea and a few stretches, and then we'll do the Professor Ben move. Yes. You have an
tension eri ku UPS yoli ejirete wano ate
institution or funding institutions or financing institutions and private investors, and also academia, and lastly, the African institutions such as the regional economic communities and maybe our health organizations as Africa as well. And quickly, we'll go to the next slide that has the emerging issues or the key emerging issues. Oh, yes.
So if we have like we develop joint proposals and policy briefs that inform that policy, I think that's a way to ensure fast track.
Okay, so he's already jumped to our call for action. So one of the points will definitely be to fast track the bill so that we can have policies that are ensuring that we implement this. Thank you very much. And the second emerging issue has been that our citizens, civil society, we need to be constantly knocking on government's door and these institutions that have made commitments and start demanding that they implement these initiatives that they have made commitments to. And also that ties in with our need to engage our communities, even as was highlighted by the panel today, to say that as we are making these decisions should be coming from our communities. What are our biggest problems? What are the disease burdens and all of that? And then we also need to go back and break down the impact, the science to them as we're doing all of this. And the last emerging issue that was also extensively discussed today is limited access to finances. Where do we get this money? The farmer associations, as we saw in the presentations, as in the presentation by Dr. Jibira, is that when they don't have money, all operations cease. And as was highlighted by our good doctor in Parliament, that where do the startups get the money? So it's all about the money. All these players need funding. So this is also like a key emerging issue. And then on the last slide, now I would take it back to the room. This is now our call for action. What are we going to do when we leave this room? So I've made a few points, and this is where we come in and add what we would like to do. What do we want to see each other do? For the civil society, I think we need to start mobilizing ourselves and making sure that we now start making noise. I think together with media, we'll be able to do this and start holding people accountable. We stop making promises that we're not keeping. And for the pharma industry, I think we need to start involving ourselves in policy-making conversations. I have a good friend who likes to say that if they don't invite you to the table, bring your chair, bring your plate, bring your meal, bring your drink, and sit on the table. and get yourself involved. Now you won't have an excuse. They can't chase you when you've brought everything yourself. So let's go out there, let's start, if they don't call us, let's go out there and start having conversations with them. For academia, we need to start, I think yesterday it was highlighted that we are not sharing information in our different countries. Everyone is doing work in silos. So we need to start investing more in research, sharing this amongst each other in different countries and different academia, and also sharing it with the pharma industry so that we can realize growth in our pharmaceutical industry in Africa. And like we've said, our governments have policies. Well, they have somewhere to start. So we need to start implementing. I mean, if we want to improve, we can't improve on something we haven't started doing. How we will know where we need to improve on is if we start implementing this. So our governments need to start prioritizing, collaborating, and coordinating how to implement this. And for the African institutions, we also need to start implementing all these good initiatives that we have developed. And as we heard yesterday, that only a very low percentage of our states are actually contributing to the budget in Africa CDC. So let's start calling out people who are not, the countries that are not cooperating in making sure we come to see these things come to pass. Because it's us. If we're not signing the bills or committing to what we said we would do as a country, the initiatives can't move forward. And finally, the investors and financing institutions, as we heard our panelists say, do not understand pharmacoeconomics, but let's invite them to the table, and they should also be willing to come to the table and have a conversation in order to understand how pharmacoeconomics works and how best in an African setting can we implement and have everybody capitalizing on this interest. Because as we've seen that we can all coexist and actually benefit from all of this. It's not that once we move this agenda, it's only one side that's benefiting. And as I already said, for the media, and I think Solomon already said it, that let's engage them, let's make sure they have access to all these people that we're talking about need to act. They will be ready to give them the tough questions so that in public, so that they answer to what they've committed to. So I'll open it up to the room. What else can we add in our call for action? Thank you very much.
Call for action. The Ahaki team will be writing this down and we will incorporate it into this document that we'll eventually share. All right, call for action. Let me start with you.
Thank you very much for this, and thank you, Mona Lisa, for the presentation. I think this is good. I had started preparing myself for the group work, and I was just typing things here for the advocates agenda. And if you could allow me put in place which I wanted to put to the group. And I was putting it in the language of a communique because I knew we were going to have a communique. So the first point that I raised was recognizing that if we could contextualize this, I think it's important, recognizing that local production of pharmaceuticals, including medicines and vaccines, is an integral and indispensable pillar of health system strengthening. We resolve thus, I have got 2 points that I wanted to raise: to input into policy dialogue and track implementation of actions provided for in plans at regional, at national, regional, and global levels in countries to promote self-determined local production of pharmaceuticals. That's one point. And the second point is to lobby and advocate for the unconditional implementation of flexibilities provided to countries in regional and global agreements, such as the TRIPS agreement of the WTO. The reason why I'm raising these 2 points, the first point being that we have talked about the need to hold our governments accountable. And the only way we can hold them accountable is if we can track ourselves, track implementation of these and provide the evidence that this is not being done, this is being done, where it needs to be scaled up, where it needs to be improved. So we need to do the tracking of implementation ourselves. And then, of course, the second point, the reason being that if we can advocate or lobby for the implementation of the flexibility, we know our governments, in the TRIPS agreement, for example, there are these flexibilities that are there, but our governments, they are not taking them into consideration in terms of their implementation. Yet they were in the forefront in Geneva to negotiate for this, and it took them time to ratify, for example, the amendment of the TRIPS agreement, which has got these flexibilities. So for us, it would make more sense if we can put more pressure on them to implement what we think they also believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You will also share that text with the AHAKI team. We will incorporate that in the main communique. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know, it can be a subject of discussion, but I would feel that will it be a viable venture to call for the establishment of a regulatory body at AU or ESC level for pharmaceutical and anything to do with medical supplies and manufacturing. So we can call onto government or governments at the AU or at the ESC level to fast track or to see to it that there's a body, a regulatory body, which will even cater for negotiators who can ably front Afrocentric pharmaceutical manufacturing agenda to even the WTO level. And the next is first the harmonization of the national development plans for all the countries in the ESC or even at the AU level. We know states have their different development agendas, but if you do not factor in pharmaceutical manufacturing as a core priority, they may sideline it. So looking at engagements at the NEPAD or even at the ESC level to see to it that vaccine manufacturing is harmonized within the development plans for each of the states. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to quickly answer your first question on a call to establish a regulatory authority at AU level, I think, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, that is what the African Medicine Agency initiative is about. And I think what's staggering our progress is the harmonization of regulatory authorities in the different sub-regional economic communities. So it brings us back to the point where we say we should hold our governments accountable to make sure that they start, that this harmonization process actually takes place, and then we'll see our African Medicines Agency start to operate fully. Thank you.
Okay, that has broadened my understanding of the African Medicine Agency. I thought it was so much into the quality and, but if it also incorporates negotiators, I think that's quite cool. Ma'am?
Thank you so much. I think nice you forgot the ESC bill, which you're passionate about. I think it's a good one to include in terms of the actions and the advocacy that comes after this meeting. The other one I think that came through that was important is we need to rethink our public health communication. And I think that's important. I know there is the engagement, meaningful engagement of community, but the communication piece, the messaging piece, in alignment with the different stakeholders becomes very important. We have heard from the last panel how even the banks do not understand the importance of this cause, and all that comes in with the rethinking and rethinking the narrative around vaccines and medicines manufacturing in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. More hands up.
So thank you. I think one of the core asks that is inherent in expanding or getting a distributed manufacturing capacity of medical countermeasures is the need to ensure equity from end to end in everything that we do. So human rights framed approach that will ensure equity and access is something that needs to underpin all the initiatives. And I think one unequivocal ask that we must make is that this must be public driven. So, and government needs to take leadership and create, a regulatory environment that is both incentivizing private sector to invest, but at the same time creating necessary conditionalities to ensure that it's not an exploitative environment and that the pricing and the production remains adequate enough to ensure that they are accessed by people who need them. And I think the other thing that is important to include in the call is really enhancing domestic resourcing of our initiative. I think Africa faces the very unsavory situation. So there's this report by many donors. Well, the latest one is situation analysis by Wellcome, which shows an empty pipeline for most neglected tropical diseases which are endemic in Africa region because of the market-driven tendencies. Our governments are not mobilizing resources domestically. And if you don't mobilize resources, those who are providing those resources will be guided by their own priorities. So we need to really, the only way we can get control of this value chain is to finance our own health needs. And they need to finance the African Medicines Agency. They need to finance Africa CDC adequately. They need to finance, to co-invest in innovation, particularly R&D, the downstream, work that builds onto this. We, like everybody said, we are at negative, we are 0.5. So I think that is where our call needs to really anchor, and civil society need to focus their attention of government matching their commitments with money. That is how we show love to people.
That is very, very important. I think one of the speakers in the documentary I did called it a matter of sovereignty, that we cannot expect to have this tough deadline of 2040 and we expect that the West will give us money, that there is need for African governments to actually allocate financing to show our commitment and seriousness to these targets. So I can't agree more with you, Agri. Thank you. I'll give my recommendations last, so let me still get your thoughts.
Yeah, my comments are more on the civil society engagement. So I see we've already talked about holding governments accountable. I would also like to add ensuring that we are involved in demand creation for the locally produced products, because I also still have a feeling that the products produced on the local market are still seen to be substandard by the citizens, and I think it's our role to even create that market, to prepare the market. I'm also thinking sometimes we assume that the government knows what to do and they are making better deals. But from what I heard here, reading a document in 3 days, I don't know if we want to hold them accountable to their commitments or if we want to be involved in those processes. Is there a way we can work with governments to negotiate better deals? At what level should we be involved? Because I think, again, considering our experience, how we are struggling to have our hands on the document and what was signed, and we don't know because we just see it and want to act when things have been passed. We need to proactively engage to ensure that we are part of the negotiations, to see that are these deals people-centered, or do I see the budget and the figure and I sign without reading what is inside? I'm also thinking about someone has talked about the ESC pharmaceutical bill, but I'm specifically thinking about what can we do about integrated markets. We talked about it, I think, from the last 2 days, and I think as our countries are racing after the COVID experience, each one of our countries is talking about opening a vaccine plant. But if I look at the market of Rwanda, which is 13 million, if biotech, if the plant becomes viable, that market is too small. And I think our countries, in that conversation of integration and open markets, I don't know if the ESC bill, I know I was involved for a few days. It's one of the bills that actually moved very fast. I talked to the committee of IARA that was working on it, and the next thing they were telling me it's going to be presented to, because there were no conversations. I think they involved a few actors in the pharma sector. It was moving very fast. So I'm thinking, I don't know if in the provisions it has such opportunities to create integrated markets or to advocate for that to happen. But I think it is one of the priority bills that's going to be discussed by IARA for 2023-2024. We need to read it. We need to see what can we add that could actually become an incentive for integrated markets, because I believe if we don't do that, there won't be sustainability, and local manufacturing will still be a dream, as to be weaker compared to the bigger people who have the bigger markets are going to always remain stronger. Yeah, I wanted to add those few things.
I think I should just maybe add from what you're saying. I think that the low-hanging fruit for civil society is one that is looking at fast-tracking the ESC pharmaceutical bill. First of all, does our audience know what is in that bill? So I'm coming through from the advocacy bit of it. You know, just doing some sort of explainers and some infographics to explain the different clauses within the bill for the public to understand may be very, very critical. So doing work around helping the East African community to understand what this bill is about and starting conversations around what are the contentious clauses of the bill. Is the bill for us or against us? Today I learned that there are so many people who are behind our legislative processes, like they could be big farmers pushing for the bill to be quickly rushed, and yet we do not know actually the power, who are the powers behind this. And so also in terms of holding our leaders accountable, do they actually understand the bill? I know for long enough, having been in journalism for 15 years, that you'll find so many legislators who do not read and understand the legislation, but turn up and just, the eyes have it, you know what I mean? And then the law is passed even without clear scrutiny. So it's also important for us to, you know, in our different individual countries, to hold our IALA members to account. Do you really understand the bill? What are your views on the bill? So in terms of developing a communication strategy around the ESC pharmaceutical bill, and like doing Twitter spaces, engaging people and coming up with that sort of communication strategy, I think would be very important. Similarly, I think that we need to be deliberate about the power of media and social media in our advocacy. So I think one of our resolutions would be, how do we actually create a community of journalists and communicators who are going to be very central to the campaign, so that we teach them. I'm telling you, if you went and randomly picked on health reporters within different newsrooms, do they really understand these things that we are talking about? I've just been privileged enough to be in this room and I've taken in so much. But I think a media training of regional and continental like health reporters across the continent would be very important. We train them, we actually work with them, we sort of use their spaces, but they have to be trained. They have to know PAVAM. I don't know if you simple like say what is PMV in full. They may not even know. They may not even have access to that document. So a critical look at the media on the continent and singling out who are our partners in the media space in the different countries that we can work with in our advocacy would be a strong issue that we can look at as civil society. Those were my recommendations. Next, okay, Yarid.
Okay, thank you. Just to highlight a point, it's already touched with regard to policy. I think we need to emphasize the importance of regional integration. Especially every country's policy may talk about the different incentive package for local pharmaceutical manufacturing, but here we are now considering about the regional integration related issues. For that, countries need to be, a two-way road. You can easily come to a given country and easily leave if you have done your business. So countries need to have a two-way road. Some countries you can't access. Even after access, you can't easily leave that country. That was the issues. But our governments and state governments need to work on that. We need to air this issue. And second point, I think we need to think of infrastructure. Road, rail, air transport. At least, neighboring countries need to link themselves with available infrastructure. Can start from road, rail. These are the ways to regional integration. And last point, maybe in my view, is access to finance. Institutions like African Development Bank and other similar institutions need to have, an open African, need to have a priority for this industry. Yeah, access to finance is a big challenge. If you look at a given country's policy, if you have, some 25%, the bank will lend you 70% or something. But when it comes to practice, as already mentioned during the stage, it's a challenge. Especially, people are not understanding pharmaceutical industry as a science, and really we need to support this. We need to have in their agenda and a priority for this industry. And when it comes to Africa CDC, I think this the issues that we discussed yesterday and today relate to this two-bold program. One is infrastructure, and the other is market design and demand intelligence. I think thank you for Haki for raising this issue, and I hope that we will get all presentations, will synthesize and important information, and will put into our action plan. Really very, very helpful. So your recommendations, the research, the findings are very important to refine our action plan, our priorities for the next year and the months to come in 2023. So we hope that we'll get this, your PowerPoint presentations. And with regard to one point previously addressed, you don't have MOU with local manufacturers. I think Dr. Dennis has highlighted in his presentation. I think we'll have such kind of engagement. This is also our priorities, because previously we were dealing with only vaccines. But now the scope is expanded to include therapeutics and diagnostics. For vaccines, we have signed MOU with Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. But for pharmaceuticals as essential medicines, we need to look into associations of similar, kind of similar association, like regional associations. So we'll work closely with you, and I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you, Yarid. We'll take, oh, yes, there's...
Thank you so much, Solomon. Mine relates to what Mr. Kagaba mentioned about involving civil society organizations in the process. So I would go further and suggest that there has to be transparency, but the kind of transparency that is created through legally binding commitments. So can we get our hands on these documents during the process, with what's happening in Rwanda with BioNTech, but also afterwards in terms of who is sharing what profits, what is the makeup and composition of these joint ventures, particularly the PPPs, who is owning what, and to what extent are our governments sinking in what amounts of money. So I think it should go beyond merely suggesting that CSOs are involved, but there has to be some sort of legally binding commitments on either side.
Okay, we have another recommendation. John.
Thank you. And also just to pick up from the submissions around equity, human rights, inclusiveness, I think there is need for a deliberate move to really document lived testimonies, to put a human face on most of the issues we are talking about, because from all the presentations and from all the panel discussions, there is need to really put a human face and really challenge and show exactly the impact, what it means to have local manufacturing capacity and not to have. What does that mean to a lay person? And again, for meaningful involvement for the community, these consultations should not be one-ended, that we are only going in to mobilize and have masses without really having those discussions that are basic for them to come on board and also share their side of the story. So having those lived experiences documented should be clearly articulated. Then for civil society, we had also proposed through the conversations, there's need to know who is where and what their, in terms of representation, is their representation really meaningful, so that we have the right people in the right places, but they're also influencing these conversations. Thank you.
I think that's it. These have been captured. Over to you, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to thank all of you for your very meaningful contributions. I have also learned a lot in this room, and I truly believe that as we go out, we are going to go out, make a change in the spaces that we're involved in, and we've also made some connections. Let's link up with one another. We'll know where we can use our contacts to actually make a difference and advance this local vaccine manufacturing in Africa. Thank you so much, Solomon.
Can we clap for Mona Lisa? Thank you very much, my dear. Well, a document that captures all the suggestions that have been made in this room will be shared by the team, hopefully in our next couple of days, so that you have a copy of that. I want to say thank you very much for staying until this far. I want to officially invite the convener of this event, Mr. Abdul Karim Muhumuza from AHAKI, to say a few things, and then I'll invite Professor Ben to come and officially close this conference.
Thank you very much, Solomon. A round of applause for Solomon.
I just have one little announcement or information that I wanted to share. There is a process that is going on, which I wanted to ask if anybody is interested, and I will work with my AHAKI colleagues to share more information. So there's a big initiative around pandemic preparedness and response. So one of the big targets that the world is coming up with is something called a 100-day mission. So 100-day mission is an ambition to ensure that the next pandemic, you recall COVID took about 300 and some days to get a vaccine. There's an ambition to be able to have a turnaround of about 100 days, which is something that people are imagining. I'm sure some of you have heard about it. So those who are behind it are currently socializing that idea, and they are doing listening tours, virtual. So they have listening tours in East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa. So if anybody wants to listen into that conversations, hear how the world may be able to produce a vaccine in 100 days for the next pandemic, kindly let me know. and we will send you an invitation. So we are likely to have that listening conversation in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agre. So it's been long conversations for these 2 days. We can't thank you enough. Our delegates from the various countries, Yared from Africa CDC, we have no better words to say thank you, but we appreciate you and the institution for accepting Haki's invite to this very paramount conversation on vaccines manufacturing in Africa. The team from Rwanda, the team from Kenya, the team from Zimbabwe, the colleagues, the international colleagues in the room, Canada, Netherlands, and all our guests that honored this invitation. We want to really thank you honorably for a couple of announcements which are very important because these conversations are not ending here. It's very important that we are continuing the conversations even after this conference. So we want to thank you very much, saying this on behalf of the Haki team, the organizing team for this conference. We want to thank you all who accepted to join us for this conversation. And most importantly, we want to urge you, let's continue these conversations beyond this room. As promised, a lot of resource materials have been shared from this conversation, and we want to assure you that we have all of them. And I'm sure that even before some of you get back to your countries, you'll have received them on your emails. So we'll ensure that you receive those materials to continue the conversations within other spaces that you are going to be engaging. What my colleague Tom Melissa was mentioning to me, you know, this year, I think Dr. Kagaba and Tom, your country has been very blessed. I don't know where all that money, what you're going to take that money. All major conferences happening in Kigali this year, and many are happening. He was reminding me, beyond this conversation in July, there is Women Deliver, and Tom was reminding me that they are looking forward to hosting us in Kigali for Women Deliver, but also most importantly, beyond this conference, as Afya na Haki, we are organizing a side event. We are taking forward conversations on reproductive justice in Africa, and partly access to medicines, essential medicines, reproductive medicines is also a conversation we think we can continue from there. So we've heard from our colleagues from the different countries and from here, and we think we'll continue this network, this conversation, and our dream is that we want to see an Africa that is able to sustainably produce our own vaccines for our communities, for our populations. So I don't want to add any much here. I am rest assured that the logistics have been kind of handled. If you still have any issues, feel free to reach out to me, the team that will be traveling out of here tomorrow. We are still around to support you, but also the teams that are here in case you have any emerging issues that need a Haki's attention. We are at your disposal. We'll make sure that we leave this place in a hostable way, but also look forward to meeting again. So I want to thank again our overall moderator, Solomon Seranja. Thank you for leading the conversation for these 2 days. But also, most importantly, for everyone who has put in time, their valuable time to present, to make presentations that have informed this conversation. We can't thank you enough. It is not taken for granted for somebody to spend sleepless nights to make a presentation that informs a conversation. So we want to thank you very much, our dear panelists, the moderators for all the sessions. We are very excited about your overwhelming knowledge and expertise that you've shared with us, and we think this is quite important to continue these conversations. So on that point, I want to, we have a very senior person in this room. He came here in different hats, but he's going to close for us this conference officially, and want to request him to close in the heart of the board chair of Trustees for Afya na Haki, Professor Benji Nomujisha, we want to thank you for accepting to be here for these 2 days and want to invite you to cross for us this conference officially.
You have to reduce the volume, Mr. We do 20. We do 20. Yeah, when you reach 20, you can stop. Let's start now. Okay? Yeah? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Yes, yes. I think Mr. Muhumuza has summarized what I would have said. I thank you for many of you who came. We don't take your time for granted. At the end of these 2 days, I believe we have achieved some of the cardinal aspects of our Haki, that is creating solutions to African problems. Should we continue relying on external funding, external innovation, or we should also develop our own mechanisms for tackling this question of vaccines? So from here, each of you should engage your governments as part of civil society or academics to ensure that there is increased funding for research and development so that vaccines, diagnostics, pharmaceutical products, etc., are put in place. And above all, to tackle one critical disease, that is poverty. And this requires investment in those sectors that can lift our people from poverty. I always tell my students that it's not simply a mere lack of resources that prevents our African governments from engaging in issues like this vaccine development, investing heavily in health-related issues, but it's just misallocation of resources. So we need to engage governments to ensure that they take this issue of vaccine development seriously, collaborating with other nations. Having said that, I thank the presenters, the panelists who put in their time in preparing these papers, and going to the podium here and discussing. And all of you in your various contributions to ensure that this conference becomes a success. I would like to thank the Executive Director of Center for Health Human Rights Development. Our Haki began, the roots of our Haki can be traced to Center for Health and Human Development, which Moses, myself, and a few others, we championed about 16 years, what? About 6. You can see what Muhammad has done. I really want to talk about myself in the terms of sharing the board. I want to become a teacher of law, and that's the introduction. But you see, that's the history. So we started that, and about 15, 16 years now, not only has Center for Human Rights Development had expanded, but in a few years, AHAKI is how many years now? AHAKI. Second year. You can see how it has expanded. And to me as a teacher, I don't know what that means to me. I am always full of excitement because I started a subject called health law and policy in Makerere. And Moses Mulumba is a pioneer of that course. That time we were only talking about health and human rights in terms of the late Jonathan Mann in the struggle for health and human rights. But now you can see we're even going deeper into vaccines, etc. Thank you, Moses, the team from AHAKI, all colleagues from various countries, our honorable member of parliament, a very cool MP. For us here in this country, when you could watch, I'm sorry, you say I'm an open person, and I'm a teacher. When you could watch proceedings of the chair, of a parliamentary committee chaired by Joe Ersenyo and others, how they back at people, he missed to be a lawyer. He asks a question, cools down, follows it up with another. Thank you very much for the approach. I watch you on television and whatever is being done. So with these few remarks, I would like to close this conference. And for those who will be departing, for other countries, I wish you journey mercies. And those also who have internal troubles, travel safely. Thank you very much. Oh, I haven't thanked Solomon. Solomon, thank you very much. Can you reduce those presentations, those slides? What do you call them? In your language, what do you call it? Your presentation?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. The documentary.
The documentary. Beyond the documentary, is it possible to reduce it into like a 2-page journal article?
Yes, sir.
With the aid of the etc. It's a very important documentary. Thank you very much.
Can we clap for the board chair? Professor Ben keeps challenging me every single time I get an opportunity. I traveled with him to Brussels, and we've had an opportunity to share, but he's very passionate about exercising. So he told me he walked from here up to the airport and came back. Okay, we will certainly also copy from you. Thank you, and I'll never forget you for the jumps. So I think we will make that a routine in our different spaces. Before we enter the showers, we do the Professor Ben challenge of 50 before we get into that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. There are also some, Mr. Muhumuza, did you mention about the logistics? Okay. Thank you very, very much. From my heart to you, have a lovely, 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 lovely year ahead. And I'm sure that we'll be back together to follow up on some of the recommendations that we've done. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Bye.